welcome to San Angelo for tonight's District 4 5A Classics, the San Angelo Central Bobcats versus the Midland Lee Rebels. They call it the Little Southwest Conference, as Midland Lee, San Angelo Central, and Odessa Permian have dominated this District 4 5A scene for the decade of the 80s, and it looks like those three teams will do it again in 1989. Midland Lee features one of the finest running backs in the state of Texas, a young man by the name of Ferris Scrambler.
Boy, he is a good one. You talk about a back, he's averaging 7.8 every time he carries the ball. Now, offensively, get this statistic. 220 yards of total offense every game. That's rushing, that's receiving, that's passing the ball. That's a tremendous amount of yardage for one offensive football player. So it's obvious Coach Miller knows an awful lot about this fine running back.
Well, before the year started, I thought he might be the best back he'd come out of Lee High School. And to have almost 1,100 yards, I think, in 5 ball games, or an average over 200 yards in at least 3 or 4 ball games, I think that's outstanding. If he can just keep it up, I know people keying on him, but we got an awful good offensive line, so he's an awful good back.
San Angelo must stop Ferris Scrambler, and Ed, how do they plan to do it?
Well, whenever you have a great running back, you better have a linebacker that can make those tackles from tackle to tackle and also have the speed to get outside the ends once in a while and make that type of tackle. San Angelo has a fellow by the name of Darren Childs. He's 6'4", 235-pounder, runs a 4.8. Interestingly enough, last year he was an offensive lineman. When Coach Gandy came here, he moved him to the defensive side of the ball. They've been very pleased with what he's done so far. Coach Gandy had this to say about Darren Childs before the game.
Darren Childs, of course, last year was a starting offensive tackle for San Angelo. We moved him to a defensive tackle the first 4 ball games, and last week we moved him middle linebacker, and he was just all over the field. And he has good height. He's 6'4", weighs about 230, 235. Real smart individual, and really has good feet for a big kid, and is a tremendous linebacker for us.
A little Southwest Conference shootout between Midland Lee and San Angelo Central. It should be a great football game.
Should be a good one. San Angelo has to stop the running game. They also have to control the ball, and they have to avoid the turnovers that they've had in these past few ball games.
Stay tuned. We'll have a great football game coming up from San Angelo Stadium in San Angelo, Texas, on your HSC Game of the Week.
I'm Jeff Claus from the Hills of Lakeway. Developing junior golfers is a top priority with Southern Texas Professionals. Please see your professional soon.
In San Angelo, we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
Ed Biles in San Angelo, Texas for this District 4-5A matchup between San Angelo Central and Midland Lee. Midland Lee coming into tonight's game 4-1 on the year. San Angelo Central 1-4 on the year, Ed Biles, but they had a big win last week against Abilene Cooper.
Well, it was a big upset win against Abilene Cooper, and Coach Gandy really feels they have turned the corner with this program. When he came in there, he made a tremendous amount of changes, and they've done an awful lot. It was almost kind of like the hurricane coming through here, what they've gone through. They moved Joey Bombs, who was a quarterback, to their weak safety. The former fullback, Orr, took his quarterback position. Steve Williams, they moved from middle linebacker to fullback. Darren Childs from defensive tackle to middle linebacker. And on and on and on. They just changed them. You can see San Angelo coming in the middle field. They're fired up. This is an important ball game. There's a good shot of Earl Miller, who's the fourth-year Rebels head coach.
Earl Miller was an all-star head coach this summer in the North-South Texas High School Football Association All-Star game, and his team won that game, Ed Biles, on HSE.
Oh, yeah, he does an outstanding job. He's an exciting coach. He coaches the defense. He really is his own defensive coordinator, spends a lot of time with him. On the sideline, he shows an awful lot of emotion. Of course, the other coach, Dan Gandy, just an outstanding. It's his first year out here, but he has been at Angleton. He's been at Duncanville. Been coaching for 25 years. He's got a record of 149-72. Outstanding about turning programs around. And the officials for tonight's ball game will be
referee Liston Todd. The umpire is Don Morrow. The head linesman is Joe Hawkins. The line judge, Mike Akins, and the back judge is David Todd. But Liston and David Todd are not related. We're about to start this high school football game as you see Dan Gandy loose down there with his players, and Eddie told us before the games he thinks his team has a very, very good chance of winning this game.
Well, he's a very upbeat person. He believes in the multiple offenses that he uses. He's done a good job wherever he has been, taking him a while to turn this program around, but that big win has given him, his staff, and all these players a lot of confidence.
Earl Miller pacing the sideline. Again, his team is 4-1. Their only loss the first weekend of the season when they lost to a very, very fine Killeen team, and Killeen went on to beat Dallas Carter a few weeks ago. So they have been tested. They're coming off two big wins over Midland High School and Odessa High School, and tonight's winner will take a giant step towards the playoff berth in District 4-5A.
Well, there's the deep backs back there, and of course we talked about Scrambler right up front, and there he is back to receive the opening kickoff. I have a feeling he's number 33, and you're going to hear and see that number all night. But I believe San Angelo taking the ball over on the right side of the field, and I think they'll try to kick this kickoff away from him.
Drew Marsh will kick it off to San Angelo Central. He was a soccer player last year and has a big, big foot as we're ready to get underway here from San Angelo, Texas, and San Angelo Stadium. The squib kick will go short. It's going to be fielded by Scrambler at the 18. Scrambler looking for running room, and he's going to be knocked down 22-yard line. Ferris Scrambler, a return of only 5 yards.
Well, that was a good start from that kickoff. They really didn't want to get it to Scrambler. They kept bouncing around, but all the while that ball was bouncing around, that allowed their coverage team to get down there.
Offensive backs for Midland Lee. Henderson, the quarterback. Scrambler and Sims are the running backs. Receivers are Seaver, Baez, and Greg Rich. Offensive linemen, Koch, Rayburn, Jones, Perkins, and Wilson for Midland Lee. First and 10. Henderson to Scrambler, looking for room, out to the 30-yard line. Scrambler is going to be tackled by Brad Johnson after a nice game.
Well, that's what Scrambler does best. Picked up about 8 yards. His average is 7.8. First play, just a toss power sweep to him. There's the lead quarterback, Vince Hollywood Henderson.
He's got a towel with Hollywood written on it, and we asked you before the game, you ever met Hollywood Henderson? He said nope. Here's Midland Lee. Henderson, wishbone backfield. Scrambler. Going to be met after a short game. Nice defense by the San Angelo Central front wall.
And here's San Angelo's defense. Mullen, Martinez, Bowie, and Flores are the defensive linemen. Weber, Child, and Rutledge. Childs is a good one. Secondary-wise, Jarman, Bonds, Bishop, and Owens. Jarman just came back, regained his eligibility. They think a lot of him.
Third down and 3 situation for Midland Lee on the opening drive. Here's Scrambler once again, and he is going to be... Well, that was the first down play. Excuse me, they made on the last play. That was the first down play, and not much going there yet.
Well, and that's what we said there. Again, 74, Darren Childs came across. On the first 3 plays, what Midland Lee has done is lined up in a tight formation and run a power sweep where they just turn, toss the ball to the scrambler, and the fullback, and the lead back, and the guards all trying to get out in front of him. So far, he has followed his blockers very well.
Second down and 9 situation. It's been scrambler all night long. In the wishbone, they'll break out of it, though. Mantry Dedrick with the ball. Gets a few yards.
Well, I think we'll find for the evening's over. Scrambler has that ball in his hands probably about 40 times. That's just kind of a check play to give it to someone else in there.
Third down and 4 situation for Midland Lee. Dedrick doesn't carry the ball much, but when he does, he's pretty effective, even though Scrambler had 38 carries, and that really overshadows everybody else.
Interesting to see what they do in this third down situation. You have to believe they're going to put it in Scrambler's hands.
Again, the wishbone formation for Midland Lee. Scrambler looking for some room, 35. Out to the 50, still on his feet inside San Angelo territory. There's Scrambler with a big first down run. Mullen on the tackle for San Angelo Central.
Well, they lined up in an unbalanced line, which meant they had an extra blocker to the left side with the side they ran this play. Now, there's Scrambler. Here comes the pitch. Now, see him looking at his blockers. See him stand behind him. Does a great job of doing it. Now he sees daylight. Great lead block out there by Dedrick. Once he gets down through here, of course, he picks all this yardage up on his own. There's a shot from another angle. Good lead block in there by number 24 downfield here. You'll see him pick that up. Good job by Levin, the quarterback. Hollywood Henderson did a blocking job there.
Lee from the San Angelo 33, short yardage for one of the upbacks. That, again, is Mantry Dedrick. Darren Childs, a big middle linebacker on the tackle for San Angelo. Already, fair scrambler, 4 carries for 45 yards.
Well, they run that inside play, and they have to do that so those defensive tackles and ends just can't start playing scrambler off tackle and outside. It keeps them somewhat honest by running that play inside occasionally.
Second down and 7 for Midland Lee, just inside the Angelo 30. Gives to one of the upbacks for short yardage, as they have been on the ground all night long. Not even a hint of putting the ball in the air yet.
Well, they run that play behind Matt Wilson, a 6'3", 240-pound senior. He's the offensive right guard. They take a lot of Matt.
Third and 3 situation for Midland Lee. Just underway. 8:38 remaining in the first quarter from San Angelo. Midland Lee still in the wishbone formation. Scrambler's number 33. He has the ball, looking for some room, and he's going to be stopped.
Great defensive play in there. Wow, Sean Bishop just did a tremendous job. Now, that was the adjustment they made. That was the same play he made the long run before on the unbalanced line. But this time, watch the defensive players charge to come through, get penetration, and look at Sean Bishop, that 5'10", 160-pounder, come in and get low and make the tackle.
That was a beautiful hit. Fourth down and 3 situation for Midland Lee on the opening drive of the night, and they're going for it. Henderson pitches back, and that's going to be close to the first down, but I think Lee, with that extra effort, will get the first down, as running with the ball was Anthony Sims.
That's unusual. They gave it to Sims. He's 5'6", 160-pounder. They call him Slick the Ruler.
Joey Bonds had to come up from his free safety position. Joey Bonds' brother, Doug, is a secondary player, defensive secondary player for Texas Tech.
Now, Bonds, fine player. He was their quarterback in '88, and a good one.
First and 10, Midland Lee from the San Angelo 21-yard line. Henderson gives to the first back in, and that's going to be Kirk Budzik, as he's tackled by Martinez after a short gain.
Well, they've kept this ball on the ground all the way. Of course, the other thing about this type of offense, when you control the ball, the other team can't score any touchdowns, and they've already used almost 5 minutes off the clock in this drive.
Second down and 10 situation after no gain. 7:09 to play in the quarter. Here's Henderson with the wishbone. Options.
Look out.
Scrambler. Running room. Inside the 5. Did he get in? Yes, he did. Touchdown, Midland Lee. Barry Scrambler on the touchdown run, and Midland Lee on the scoreboard very quickly.
Well, just the option. See, fake to the fullback, comes down the line, but he knows he's going to pitch the Scrambler all the way. Once he got here, he just had to run to the corner, so to speak. Use a good little straight arm there, and see where that end zone was. You see him reach out? Take a look at another angle. Watch when he gets down right about the 2-yard line, how he lunges forward with the ball, carrying the ball in his outside arm so he can't fumble it. Nice straight arm there. See him reach that ball over, and once it crosses the plane, it's a touchdown.
Arthur Donnelly for the PAT from Midland Lee. Up, and it is through.
explosive. It's rugged. It's the run-and-shoot excitement of Houston Cougar football. Last season, Houston averaged over 41 points per game, set 25 Southwest Conference records, and ranked in the nation's top 20. This year, the Astrodome is the only place to see the Cougars live. Call 749-7366 for your 89 season tickets. Be there to see Houston paint the town Cougar red.
Back in San Angelo, Midland Lee first on the scoreboard, 7-0, as the man we talked about all night long, Fair Scrambler with a big touchdown run as they dominate the first portion of this first quarter.
Well, you can see why he's averaging 220 yards a game of total offense.
Arthur Donnelly to kick, and deep back for San Angelo Central, Marion Williams.
Ricky Ford's also back there.
Good kick by Donnelly. Oh, it's going to catch a little wind and go out of bounds. They'll assess Midland Lee with a penalty. There's a little bit of wind here tonight as we see the referee.
Well, it's a beautiful night, though, for a high school football game, especially out in West Texas. You got a full moon over this stadium, exciting crowd. You couldn't want it any better. Look at that moon over, just sitting right over the stadium here, and it's a great night. Church leave crowd.
They'll move it back 5 yards, and Donnelly will try again. That's a big no-no with a kicker when you kick it out of bounds, right, Ed?
Well, that's a big penalty. Forces that cover team to run down and cover again. Also means that the return team has a chance to get that much more yardage.
Donnelly's an excellent kicker. He had a 48-yard field goal earlier in the year in one of the Midland Lee wins, and they'll try it once again. 6:55 in the first quarter. Midland Lee up over San Angelo Central, 7-0. Short kick, and this may go out of bounds, and it does go out of bounds again. So Donnelly having his troubles on the kickoff.
Well, it looks like he's trying to keep that ball away from Ricky Ford back there. Ricky Ford's a 5'10", 185-pounder who runs a 4.5 and does a good job on returning kickoff. So these teams have scouted each other well, but now he's digging himself a little bit of a hole, or he's digging his defensive team a little bit of a hole. So St. Angelo certainly should start out with pretty good field position here.
They should have excellent field position as they want to establish something, because Midland Lee took the opening kickoff and drove down the field with the big man Fair Scrambler getting most of the yardage. So they move it back 5 yards now. Donnelly will kick off from the 30-yard line. 6 plays, 57-yard drive. Here's Donnelly. Once again. It's a better boost this time. 20. And he's knocked down short of the 30-yard line.
Well, they did get the ball to Ricky Ford that time, and Ford got it back upfield, and actually the 10-yard and penalties didn't hurt him as bad as you might think. That opening drive took 11 plays. They went 79 yards. The final score was a 17-yard touchdown. There you see St. Angelo's offensive backs.
Orr is the quarterback. Ford is the big running back. Tribune is the fullback. Ford is the big one. The receivers are Carroll, Springer, and Lance Lukey. Brown, Chavanis, Nealon, Perez, and Green. Here's Ford on the first carry. Ford gets some initial yards before he's knocked down by Dedrick. As this Ford kid is an excellent running back, had over 100 yards last week in San Angelo's win over Abilene Cooper.
Well, he just got eligible last week. He had a lot of problems with eligibility with some of that pros. He went for 139 yards rushing. Of course, you can see J.W. Orr got good arms and good legs. 5'10", 185-pound junior.
Used to be a fullback for Dan Gandy before being moved last week. 2nd and 5. Give up the middle. Not much there.
Now defensively now for Midland. Defensive line, it's Posey, Columbus, Mendoza, and Dedrick. Linebackers, Ruckman, Jones, Eric Turner. Secondary, Brown, Chambers, Henderson. That's the quarterback. And also safety, Scott Lucky, the cornerback.
3rd down and 4 situation for San Angelo Central. Or as Lukey in motion. Option, running room, 45-yard line. It took Turner to make the tackle, and it's a first down for San Angelo Central.
Yeah, did a good job reading that option play. Came down the line of scrimmage. Watch him come down the line of scrimmage. Fakes the fullback. Now, right now, he's looking for the reaction. You see the player go upfield. Now he turns it up, makes one missed tackle, turns it into a big first down before he's tackled down there. Derek Turner, 6'1", 180-pound junior, made that tackle for Midland Lee.
1st and 10. San Angelo on their own 46-yard line. Lidke's the man in motion again. Here's a give to the up-back. Not much there as he's knocked down by Jones and J.J. Johnson.
Well, again, big old Ray Mendoza in there. He's a short 5'8", but he's a 240-pound junior in the middle of that defensive line for Midland Lee.
These teams match up pretty well offensively and defensively with weight.
Well, I think the big advantage Midland had, their staff has been there for 4 years. Earl Miller's won 40 and lost 7 in 4 seasons. So Dan Gandy is trying to get his offensive ideas into this San Angelo system.
2nd down and 9. Here's Ford, and he's going to be knocked down behind the line of scrimmage. They really had a lot of people on that line of scrimmage. Again, Benny Jones in there for Midland Lee. Also Enrico Columbus.
Benny Jones just shot the gap, and that's the nickname they call him, B-gap. He's right up through there and made the play.
This is going to be the first passing situation for San Angelo. We haven't seen a pass all night long, Ed. And Orr is not much experience in the passing department because they didn't have to pass last week against Abilene Cooper. They'll go in the shotgun formation.
Likes to go to Springer in these situations when they run a draw.
Here's a fumble, and it's recovered by San Angelo. That was a little razzle-dazzle in the backfield. But a heads-up play.
They had some development on that play coming out here to their left. If you can see out to the left, there's some development. There's a... Of course, he never gets the ball. Ricky Ford never looked the football in. He just put it there and then started looking ahead to run. There was some development. And of course, that's going to force him to punt the ball.
The center made the recovery, Nealon. Back to punt is Joy Bonds. And deep for Lee is Chambers. Off the side of his foot, this is not going to go very far, and Midland Lee will have excellent shape.
Well, he had good hang time, but it didn't go anywhere.
With 3:23 left in the first quarter, the score is Midland Lee 7, San Angelo nothing on the Texas High School Football Game of the Week.
Tough. Comfort. Made in the USA. Wolverine 4-high boots, $59.99. Academy and Wolverine for performance.
Close your books, class. You have 20 minutes to complete this test. You may begin.
Well, everybody has got to choose. And with your choices, you win or lose. So be strong. Keep singing this song. Doing what's right is never wrong.
What's the capital of North Dakota?
So be strong. Keep singing this song. Doing what's right is never wrong. So be strong. Keep singing this song. Doing what's right is never wrong.
From the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
A very short punt by Bonds. Midland Lee with excellent field position. And Henderson doesn't like what he sees, and he's going to take a timeout.
Well, I think they were messed up a little bit. They tried to come out in open formation, and I believe they only had 10 men on the field, so they were forced to burn a timeout. He didn't want to waste a play.
That's one thing Midland Lee will do. They not only play in the wishbone, Ed, they go to multiple offenses. They've got a very, very fine offensive coordinator in Van Tom Watley. You met Van Tom Watley at the All-Star game this summer, and he really put some imaginative things in this Lee offense.
Oh, they're not afraid to do things. Now, they'll pound it at you, but if they have to open it up a little bit, they do a good job. They got a good coaching staff. Ronnie Stevens, their offensive line coach, and Mike Quimby works with their receivers. This is a good staff out there, and they've been together for a number of years.
This is really a holdover staff from Spike Dykes here. You see Van Tom Watley on the left, and she is the offensive coordinator. A lot of these coaches were with Spike Dykes when he was at Midland Lee. Of course, Coach Dykes now head coach at Texas Tech University, and a great one he is there.
Yeah, it really is. Of course, Midland Lee, last year in '88, they were 7-3. They were tri-champs in that division, but by virtue of the playoff situation, they advanced into the playoffs.
7-0 our score in San Angelo. 3:23 left in the first quarter. Lee scored on their first drive. This is the second time they've had the ball. Henderson remains a quarterback. One back in the backfield now. That's Scrambler lined up as a fullback. Kind of a different formation. Scrambler, short yardage.
It looked like they tried to spread him out that time, figured maybe San Angelo would loosen up and widen up, and they wanted to run Scrambler right up the middle. They had three receivers to the right side here, and then just gave him the ball going up inside. But alertly enough, big number 70, Jerry Flores, now who again became eligible this past week, 6'3", 210-pounder. He's an active defensive lineman.
Second down and 9 situation for the Lee Rebels. Henderson to Scrambler, not much running room. He's forced out of bounds. Nice defensive play by David Hamilton near the Midland Lee sideline.
Well, and he just shows you the kind of strength that he has on that. It looks like Bishop would have him in the backfield here, but because of his size and his strength, he just breaks through tackles. Watch right here, you got a shot at him. Right there, they got a shot at him. And he just turns it into about he makes a nothing play into a 3-yard gain.
Whatever happened to the tearaway jersey?
Well, that's too expensive.
Here's a 3rd and 6 situation. Lee back in that wishbone formation. Henderson, big pass. He's got a man open. 40, 35, loses his feet inside the 30.
Well, what a great play by Greg Rich. It's the tight end, 5'10", 180-pounder. Now, that play was set up because of the play action. You run the ball, you run the ball, and you run the ball. And watch him make a good job faking the running play. See the good fake there? Now fake like he's going to run the option. He waits and delays. Rich came from the right side all the way across to the left. The other end over there ran downfield and cleared it out. Good design play to pick up that first down.
He would have got tripped up. Rich could have gone for a touchdown. 1st and 10 for Lee, just inside the 30. Optioning left is Henderson. Some running room. 20, 15, inside the 10-yard line. Joy Bond with a touchdown-saving tackle.
Well, they ran the option play, and San Angelo said, we are not going to let you get the ball to Scrambler on the option. Watch the defensive player come up here, chasing after Scrambler. Now when Henderson cuts back, he cuts back all the way against the grain. And sometimes when you're so interested in getting to stopping a player, you over-pursue. San Angelo over-pursued on that play. When Henderson cut it back, that gave him the big yardage down to the 10-yard line.
And you don't teach that, do you, that cutback, do you, Coach?
Well, that's a natural ability of a good player.
1st and 10 for Lee. Scrambler, rambling to the 3-yard line. Mullen with the tackle.
Looks like they might have run a trap up inside on that play. And there's old Scrambler. He knows his bread and butter. Look at him complimenting those offensive linemen, slapping them on the back and saying, "That a way to go, guys. Good block."
Well, we've seen Scrambler as a halfback, as a fullback, as we see Earl Miller and one of his assistants, Ernie Johnson, on the sidelines as they look awfully calm right now as his team on the verge of another touchdown. Scrambler, 67 yards already.
I'd make you calm on the sideline.
Henderson, Scrambler, it is going to be a touchdown. Ferris Scrambler with his 2nd touchdown of the night. And very quickly, Midland Lee jumps out to a 13-0 lead. 10th touchdown on the year for Ferris Scrambler.
He's everything they said he was going to be. No bones about taking that and put it in the end zone, did he? You can see where he's averaging 220 yards a game offense. He's getting close to that 100-yard mark already.
Donnelly again for the extra point. Chambers will hold. It is going to be off and no good. Chambers looks like it might have been a bad snap, Ed.
That's a bad snap. Boy, what a great job by the holder there. And he got it down. I think probably the bad snap messed up the timing of the kicker. It bounced into his hand, but wow, it's a great job in there by the holder.
A very rare miss for Art Donnelly. 13-0 our score. 6 plays, 58 yards. 2:05 off the clock. The 3-yard run from Ferris Scrambler for the Midland Lee touchdown as they are working like a well-oiled machine in this first quarter.
Well, the other thing they're doing is they're controlling that ball. They've taken on 2 touchdown drives. They've used up 7 minutes off of the clock.
Donnelly will kick off again. He's had some trouble tonight. Trouble kicking off, and of course just missed that extra point. And again, that's not like Art Donnelly.
Ricky Ford up there on the top of the screen on the right side. we get him to turn, we'll probably see who that other one is back there. But he wouldn't turn for us, Ed.
Donnelly ready to kick off for Midland Lee with a 13-0 lead. Going to be fielded on the 8. Back to about the 20-yard line is Anthony Sims. So a return of 17 yards by Anthony Sims. Again, 6 plays, 58 yards, 2:05 off the clock, scrambling with a 3-yard run. It has been all Midland Lee in this first quarter.
It's been all scrambling. Which we had kind of anticipated that we might see the scrambler show when you're second leading rusher in the entire state. Anticipate getting the ball in his hand.
Junior quarterback J.W. Orr, number 20, they'll go to the shotgun formation. Man in motion, Orr to his right, complete about the 31-yard line. Just a small pass. Brown on the coverage for Midland Lee.
Out there to Lance Lupke. I think that's his about 14th reception of the year. Did a good job adjusting to this ball. Ball's thrown to his outside. He's got to come back a little bit short. Watch him lay out and catch the ball. Good job. Good hands by Lupke. Good size. 6'4", 200-pound senior.
Second down and 4 situation. The total yards 109 for Midland Lee. San Angelo Central only with 18. Orr still in the shotgun. Here's a give to Ford, though. Ford going to be close to the first down. Dedrick with the tackle for Midland Lee.
Little draw play. Like back in the passing formation, they're going to be about 2 or 3 yards short, 2 yards short on this situation. And they really need a first down here now to control the ball a little bit, to keep their defense off the field.
Coaching staff of San Angelo Central, they really do need something as the first quarter clock winds down here in San Angelo.
Rex Schofield was shot him on the sideline there.
Ford looking for room, nothing doing there, as he will be short of the first down. Well, at the end of the first quarter, the score is Midland Lee 7, San Angelo nothing. Excuse me, Midland Lee 13-0, San Angelo Central nothing on the Texas High School Football Game of the Week.
We're really going to win this war on drugs. We've got to attack it on all fronts. I'd start early. Beginning in kindergarten, I'd teach the 3 Ds. Don't do drugs. Teenagers smoking marijuana. I'll take away their driver's license. And if they keep doing drugs, I'll put them in a boot camp. Military discipline, drug counseling, and I'll introduce them to the joys of busting rocks. Somebody tells you we can't win this war, you tell them they hadn't met Clayton Williams.
Pittsburgh Pirate scout Tommy Mansky has made some startling discoveries. Teaching the mechanics of the Major League Swing is an exciting new video program by which aspiring young players and coaches can join actual training classes at Central Florida's highly acclaimed indoor training center, Baseball World. Through these revolutionary new drills designed by Scouty Mansky and his diligent study of the Major League Swing, you too will be able to isolate the components common to the accomplished Major League hitter.
We have to start with our back.
Teaching the mechanics of the Major League Swing is simple and straightforward, and it works for all ages and ability levels.
Hi, I'm Glenn Davis. I'm so impressed with this teaching video by Tommy Mansky that I've given it my complete endorsement. And when you watch it, you'll know why.
Call toll-free now, 1-800-833-1551 to order your video cassette of Teaching the Mechanics of the Major League Swing. That's 1-800-833-1551.
Back for the second quarter, Midland Lee with a 13-0 lead. Joey Bonds back to punt for San Angelo Central. Ty Chambers will be deep for Midland Lee. It's a good shot of Bonds. A short punt on his first one, went off the side of his foot. Good snap. And this will be a nice kick and fair catch signaled by Ty Chambers. And Chambers will make the catch and a flag goes down.
Well, I think he just bumped into him. That's going to be a tough call, tough penalty against San Angelo on the cover team. Good hang time. He hit the ball up in the air about 3.8 seconds on that punt.
32-yard punt and no return as the officials talk it over. It's going to be an interference too close to the return man against San Angelo Central, so things are not
15-yard penalty. And the one thing they didn't need right now was a 15-yard penalty to put Midland Lee in their turban.
To catch a big 15-yard first down.
When things go bad, they go bad. Here's a good shot at it. Hustling down. See him stop? He stopped right in front of it. And, of course, he hits himself on the head. He didn't quite see the signal for a fair catch. Sometimes when you're running hard, you're down there close, you want to nail that guy. And you just don't quite see that fair catch signal fast enough. But it's a penalty. Good call by the official. An unfortunate penalty for San Angelo.
First and 10 for Midland Lee. Scrambler once again in the middle. He's knocked down by a host of tacklers for the San Angelo Central Bobcats. I bet they get tired of seeing him go in there every time after time after time.
Well, they see he scored 10 touchdowns this season already.
Jim Bowie on the tackle for San Angelo Central, big number 66. Second down and 7 situation, gain of 3 for Scrambler. The varied offense, wishbone. Here's a give to Anthony Sims, and he is knocked down after a short gain. Joey Bonds comes up from his strong safety position and makes a good play.
He's a good player, Bonds. You're going to see him somewhere next year. 6'3", 180-pounder. Again, he played quarterback last year. Now he's a defensive back.
His dad is a former high school football coach. A lot of good football blood in that family. Here's a third down play. 3rd and 7. Scrambler. Blockers out front. First down for Midland Lee before he's knocked out of bounds by Brad Johnson.
Boy, he's just so strong. He's got good power in those legs. When he turns up, he just lowers those shoulders. Now watch when he turns up here. Once he gets the corner, turns up. Watch how he squares off and is kind of running north and south. Right there. See how he's going north and south? Kind of shoves himself forward and picks up that extra 3 or 4 yards every time. Look at the middle linebacker. Look at the block on the middle linebacker. I see he kind of hangs in the play and tries to get back out into it. But again, Scrambler with his great power in those legs goes forward, picks up that extra yardage.
Mantry Dedrick with a good block on Childs.
Well, a good back, when you get into those situations, all you need is those partial blocks. Jarman, who made the tackle, was in somewhat of a position, but someone was around his legs. He couldn't get any power in those legs to drive forward, so actually Scrambler become the aggressor on that play. And I can see now why he's got that 7.8 yards per carry average.
This is a big series for San Angelo, a big defensive series, as Midland Lee with a 13-0 lead, and they have been moving the ball all night long, Ed Biles.
Well, they're a fine football team. Of course, San Angelo is located, 367 miles from northwest Houston, and I have driven that many times coming out here to training camp for the Oilers. 259 miles southwest of Dallas. You know, somebody must really have some fun figuring all that yardage out. 187 miles from South Lubbock. Now, from North Lubbock, I guess it's 190.
It's a great night to be for a high school football game. Wonderful night, temperature-wise, in the 60s. Short sleeve weather as some of the fans enjoying Texas high school football. First and 10 for Midland Lee. Henderson remains the quarterback, one back in the backfield. Scrambler once again inside the 25 to about the 23. He can do everything.
Well, he's a great runner. There's no doubt in your mind. Watch the way you've watched him now. Now, this is up the middle. Just straight pick play with the lead back trying to come and get a block on Childs. Good lead block in there. And watch when he gets in trouble. The thing that impresses me, he's picking up 4 or 5 extra yards when he gets in trouble by jumping over people, sliding sideways, and going forward.
Jarman with a tackle. First and 10, though, for Midland Lee at the San Angelo 22. Here's a different formation. Scrambler's a man in motion. Henderson can't get the pitch away, and an excellent defensive play by David Hamilton.
Weber come in there and just did a great job. And one thing that's happened, we talked up front about Childs. They're really blocking him. They're getting good penetration. Now Weber comes across there, just grabs him from behind. 6'1", 165-pound senior. But right now, Midland Lee's offensive line is controlling Darren Childs. Childs was the big key from that linebacker position. But the Kosh and Rayburn and Jones, Wilson and Perkins are just doing a great job.
A loss of 3. Scrambler inside the 20. He's knocked down by Jim Bowie once again, but Scrambler, once he extends his body, is good enough for 2 or 3 more yards.
Yeah, it really is. The other thing that's happening in that offensive line, watch the surge of the white jerseys into the orange jerseys. They drive them back a yard or two. And that makes it difficult for linebackers. They have to go around that to get to the outside. When you're going backwards, you're not in a position to make a tackle. And that's what's happening with the linebackers now.
scrambler, 14 carries, 97 yards, and well over 1,000 yards rushing this year. Here's a pitch back to Scrambler. He'll lose yardage. And Kerry Rutledge with the excellent defensive play.
Well, he's what they call the pincher. In their defense, those two outside ends or linebackers are pinchers. They're supposed to come hard to the inside. And we see Rutledge come hard to the inside here. Nobody can get to him. Wraps those arms around, gets down low. And Scrambler couldn't get out of that one. Good play by the senior.
Good shot of Rutledge there. Donnelly will now come on for the field goal. It'll be about 42 yards. Donnelly has made a 48-yarder earlier. Kick is up, and it is good. Arthur Donnelly with the field goal for Midland Lee to extend the lead. Big kick for Arthur Donnelly. 32 yards. With 8 minutes and 21 seconds left to halftime, the score, Midland Lee 16, San Angelo nothing on the Texas High School Football Game of the Week.
I'm Bill Keys of Tapatio Springs. As a Southern Texas golf professional, one of my jobs is to help your group plan its next golf outing. See your Southern Texas Pro.
The great games, the games to remember. 1957, Notre Dame's Fighting Irish snap Oklahoma's 47-game winning streak, and the Sporting News was there. 1987, Penn State capped a perfect season with a Fiesta Bowl win over Miami to take the national championship, and the Sporting News was there. Yes, wherever great games are played, the Sporting News is there for you, bringing you America's most complete coverage of football, baseball, basketball, and hockey. The Sporting News, where great things happen every week. Don't let them happen without you. Call now. Subscribe now at the lowest rate anywhere, with convenient delivery right to your door.
Call 1-800-592-8900 and get 29 issues of the Sporting News for 4 payments of just $4.99. You'll save 69% off the cover price, 40% off the regular subscription rate. You can't get a better deal. Call now 1-800-592-8900. That's 1-800-592-8900.
Well, what would you do if you couldn't read easily? Probably have your eyes checked, huh? Get a pair of glasses, right? But if you couldn't understand an ordinary conversation, what would you do? The smart thing would be to get a hearing checkup, like I did. Almost 20 million Americans have a hearing loss, most of them needlessly, because they could be helped medically, surgically, or like me, with hearing aids. Why do so many still suffer? False pride, lack of information, stigma. If you or someone you love doesn't hear well, arrange for a hearing checkup now. For hearing health information, call toll-free Hearing Helpline 800-EAR-WELL. 800-EAR-WELL. Okay, you did that. All right. Hearing, Box 1840, Washington, D.C. 20013. You should hear what you're missing.
Back in San Angelo, Texas, Midland Lee with a commanding 16-0 lead. As we thank you for that welcome, Glenn Junior High School located next to San Angelo Stadium. Arthur Donnelly, a big boot, Ed, of 42 yards.
Well, he'd already kicked 5 field goals prior to this one. That's his 6th one of the year. The Big A put that one through. 5'11", 160-pounder.
Donnelly to kick off. Back deep is Williams, and it's going to go out of bounds. Donnelly's having trouble kicking the ball out of bounds.
Well, it looks like he keeps trying to angle it to one side or the other. Sometimes, from a coaching standpoint, you say, look, kick the ball down to the right side so that your cover people know that they can kind of lean that way. They can avoid tacklers to that side, kind of cheating on the coverage, so to speak, rather than going to the middle where they can set up their really organized return.
In some of those situations, is a young kicker overcoached?
Well, not overcoached as much as you're trying to get things accomplished, but it's hard for him to get that done. Now, he came back before, though, and when he had his other 2 penalties, came back and kicked a great one down the middle. They only got the ball out to the 22-yard line. Let's see if he can repeat it this time.
Midland Lee looking for their 5th win of 1989, going into tonight's game 4-1, in prime position for a matchup with state-ranked Odessa Permian in 3 weeks in Midland. They're looking forward to this match, but they have to take care of business tonight. They move it back 5 yards. Donnelly once again will boot it away. This is a better kick, and it's going to bound in the end zone, so the penalty didn't make much difference. program, and he could go big time next year.
Well, it's kind of interesting. He's kicked 3 of them out of bounds, but then he comes back when he seems to drive that football. He drove that one through the end zone. The other one, he drove deep to about the 12-yard line. Seems like he just gets mad a little bit and just goes after the ball. He does a much better job. Oh, that Odessa-Permian game, November the 3rd, should be a great one. We'll be there with HSE to give you the replay of that one.
Permian undefeated on the year. J.W. Orr, the San Angelo Central quarterback, the junior, the fullback turned quarterback, option, looking for someplace to go, and he's knocked down after a short game, and it's in very quickly. It was Diedrich from Midland Lee as he quickly got in from his defensive end position, Ed.
Yeah, he really did get a good job of, they're reacting well to the option play. Of course, they see a lot of that themselves in their own team. And one of the problems Coach Andy is having is he's trying to put a new multiple attack in, and it takes a little while for your players to adjust up. He'll have a good football program out here.
7:48 left to go in the second quarter. Second down, an 8 situation. Or option. This is Ford to the 25. Nice running as he's knocked out of bounds by Chambers, but a nice bit of running by Ricky Ford. He became eligible last week, and he did a good job of running there, Coach.
Well, you can see that Ford's got some speed. He turned a little speed on once he got to the outside on this option.
First down for San Angelo.
See the quarterback coming down the line. Make the pitch to him. Now watch him make a move right here where he uses his speed. Now he's going to turn it on a little bit to get that first down. Tries to straight arm it. By now he's made the first down.
First down for the Bobcats.
Ty Chambers came a long way to get into that play.
Sure did at their own 33. Ford. No place to go this time for Ricky Ford. As Columbus makes a good tackle for the Lee Rebels. Enrico Columbus, 5'9" junior. There are a few juniors on this Midland Lee defensive line, and that is good news for Earl Miller.
Well, all four of them, Dedrick, Mendoza, Columbus, and Posey, are all juniors. Got a junior linebacker in Turner. Relatively young defensively.
And that is very unusual for a Midland Lee team. They usually have a senior-dominated team. Second down, 9 situation. San Angelo trying to get some kind of drive here. They trail 16-0 to a very, very strong Midland Lee team. Or looking for a screen pass, overshoots, and it's going to be intercepted. Intercepted by Ty Chambers. Chambers with the interception.
Now, this is just a bad pass by Orr. They had the middle screen was set up well. If he had gotten that ball in the receiver's hand, he would have made some yardage, but he overthrew. Again, it's a little bit of inexperience, I think, by not having played quarterback a lot. See if he'd have set and just delivered the ball, but he overthrows it. See the man there? And there were some offensive linemen in front of him. See the offensive lineman sliding out here? Comes the other way, overthrown pass. Now they are in deep trouble with that interception.
Henderson read that perfectly for Midland Lee. Lee on offense once again. They want to strike quickly. Flag down as the pass is complete, but I think they're going to bring this one back as Martinez makes the tackle.
Midland Lee said, you're going to try a screen pass on us, we'll come back and throw one on you.
Tony White was the receiver, and it's going to be a holding penalty called against the Lee Rebels. You see a lot of times coaches, and Dan Gandy says, move it back. Coaches try to go for the big play after a turnover.
Well, a lot of times like that, Coach Gandy on the sideline, it's got to be interesting for him. His son, Kyle Gandy.
10-yard penalty, still first down.
Take a look at on the top of the screen. Watch 33. Watch Scrambler right there. Well, that's pretty good block if you're playing in the Pro League, but here they call that against the Scrambler. His son is Kyle Gandy, is his offensive coordinator. Got to be interesting from the father-son standpoint.
4 penalties for 25 yards. Here's a give inside. Nice hole, nice game. That's Kubchik. Gary Owens will make the tackle for San Angelo, but a nice run there to get some of the penalty yardage back.
He ran that up there pretty quick, didn't he?
They get some of the yardage back. Ball is marked just at the 35-yard line. Midland Lee quickly to the line of scrimmage. They have the 16-0 lead. And Vince Henderson wants more. Second down
Lee's favor. And, of course, when you don't have that ball, your offense is on the sideline. There's not much you can do about putting points on the board. I thought they might come with that play-action pass that they threw early in the game where they brought Greg Rich, the tight end, all the way across.
Third mate for Wishbone backfield. Here's a little dump pass. Has a man open. Will they count it in? Let's see. If they will, yes, they are. They're going to say the receiver.
John Vallis it's a play action. They faked the inside play. He just came back, and John Vallis went right down the side. Watch the fake from the fullback. Takes one step back. Now he delivers it. Vallis goes right down the sideline. Good over-the-shoulder catch. Good concentration. Looks like he did have possession before he went out of bounds. Kind of bobbled it there once.
He's the best receiver for Midland Lee. Averages 43 yards a catch and 2 touchdowns. First and goal for Lee. Scrambler, once again, going to be knocked down just inside the 5-yard line.
John Bishop did a good job getting up underneath that and making that tackle. Vallis is a small guy, 5'10", 160-pounder. His teammates call him the Fly.
Second down and goal is Earl Miller giving encouragement to his players on the sidelines as he's done a great job in Midland Lee. In his 4th year, replaced Jack Terrian, who is now the athletic director for the Midland Public Schools. Here's a second and goal situation. Henderson gives off to Dedrick. Dedrick's going to be short of the goal line. Nice defensive play by the interior of that San Angelo line, led by Darren Childs and Jerry Flores.
And you almost have the feeling that they're going to score, and the part about it, they're taking time off the clock before they score, which again will not give San Angelo Bobcats much time before the half to play catch-up football.
Under 5 minutes to play as Midland Lee will get 5 minutes to play in the first half as Lee will get the call from the sidelines. Here's a third and goal situation. You can see the Bobcats really getting low here. I think they expect to see Scrambler. Watch out for a sweep to the right side. There it is. Scrambler in for his 3rd touchdown of the night. Ferris Scrambler. And what a nice job of blocking by that Lee line, but you could see that coming, Dad. You really could.
Well, yes, they're awful strong and awful powerful, hard to get. But that was set up by the pass to Vallis. That was a good pass, play-action pass that put him down in the scoring area.
Henderson, Hollywood Henderson.
There's a good shot out of him. You see him just turn and make the pitch. Look at all those bodies out in front. Even Henderson, the quarterback, he pushes him ahead. It doesn't take much for him to get in the end zone. He only needs a couple yards.
Donnelly on for the PAT, 22-0, looking to increase it right now. Chambers to Hall. It's up, and it is through. With 4 minutes and 13 seconds left to halftime, the score, Midland Lee 23, San Angelo Central nothing on the Texas High School Football Game of the Week.
November. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, Home Sports Entertainment salutes the talented coaches, athletes, commentators, and referees seen here every week of the year. NBA action dominates the lineup of great sports action in November on HSE. Rockets viewers will see the Nuggets, Clippers, Timberwolves, and Trailblazers. Spurs viewers will catch action against the Clippers, Nets, and Timberwolves, while Mavericks viewers will see the Trailblazers, Clippers, Lakers, and Supersonics. NHL action is back. You'll be there when the New Jersey Devils face off against the Northeast, North Stars, Islanders, Penguins, and the Calgary Flames. In November, HSE showcases the debut of the Senior Professional Baseball League. Former major leaguers are back on the field for 3 months of red-hot baseball action. See why it ain't over till it's over. We'll also feature the Virginia Slims Tennis Championship Final, and college football action continues. November's got plenty of prime sports action to be thankful for on HSE, the best team on TV.
23-0. It's been all Midland Lee in this first half as they've dominated the San Angelo Central Bobcats. Arthur Donnelly set to kick off for Midland Lee. Dan Gandy didn't want it this way. Ricky Ford deep back on the right, and nearest to us is Williams awaiting the kickoff of Arthur Donnelly. Kick will go to Williams. Williams is going to be bulldogged down just short of the 25-yard line. A line drive kickoff there by Donnelly.
Return of 21 yards that time. Well, there's a Texas High School Game of the Week coming up on October 22nd. Corpus Christi Carroll at Victoria, 29 Judson's a number 1 rated team. Really went up Judson or Permian, that's the number 1 and number 2 teams in the state. Of course, Permian, Midland, Lee, and then Houston, Lamar, Waltrip, and all those are the top 5 rated schools in the state right now.
What a great few weeks of football here on HSC. Orr remains a quarterback. He keeps to Ford, and Ford, after a short gain, is knocked down, and the Lee Rebels really are containing Ford tonight. Benny Jones comes up from his middle linebacker position. Also, Steve Ruckman there as
and you see Coach Gandy there talking to Eric Springer, telling what play he once called from the sideline. Right over in front of him.
You got to remember that J.W. Orr 2 weeks ago was a fullback, and now he's a quarterback, and that's got to be a big adjustment for a young man.
Tremendous adjustment.
And a tremendous adjustment against an excellent team like Midland Lee. 2nd down and 8, 3:28 to play in the first half. I formation. Lubke will go in motion or options. Here's Ford in a whole bunch of trouble, and he's knocked down by a host of Lee tacklers. J.J. Johnson again. Dedrick in there as we see Orr slowly getting up as he took a pretty good pop when he pitched that ball in.
Well, Midland's doing a good job of hitting out there. Of course, the big thing, take a good look at this hit as he gets into trouble. Now, they try to run the option. Comes down the line of scrimmage, going to make the pitch to Ford right there. Look at all the white jerseys. You can see them, and you see 1 right there, 2, 3, 4, about 7 of them in on the play. And that's no fun.
Excellent pursuit. 3rd down and 9 situation as San Angelo Central trying to get something going here late in the first half. Or will go to the shotgun formation. They haven't completed a pass all night as we will have a whistle, and it's going to be a delay of game, I believe, on San Angelo Central. Yeah, the time clock ran out.
That's just what they needed in that kind of situation. Well, we've been talking about Scrambler. Of course,
Still 3rd down.
We've been following Scrambler. He's now had 17 carries for 94 yards. He's averaging 5.5 per attempt, 3 touchdowns. A lot of guys don't get that in a career. He's got it in 1.5.
3rd and 14. Or the junior quarterback. It's a pass away, and it's going to be incomplete. Looking for Lance Lubke, his tight end, number 88, and it's going to be another punting situation for San Angelo Central. It's got to be frustrating for Dan Gandy. 1 of 3 for J.W. Orr in this first half as he comes back to the sidelines, and he'll meet with Dan Gandy once again.
Well, the reason he got the job is, of course, the program has been down a little bit, and he only had 3 offensive and 1 defensive starters returning off their last year's ball club, and they were 2-7-1 in 88, which means he didn't come into an actually what you might call a warm bed.
Joey Bonds will kick for San Angelo Central. That is Chambers back for Lee. Bonds, nice high spiral fair catch signal, and the fair catch made just at midfield by the Lee Rebels. Punt of 29 yards and no return. Nice catch though by Ty Chambers, who had the interception just a few moments ago. So Midland Lee will get the ball, and they'll try to increase this 23-0 lead. They've dominated this entire first half of this District 4-5A contest. Again, the winner of this game will take a big step towards the playoffs. Good shot of the San Angelo offense trying to get things straight. Here's Scrambler, quick pitch. He rambles inside San Angelo territory, inside the 45 to about the 44. Weber with the tackle.
Well, he's just like Walter Payton. You never noticed Walter Payton when he played with the Chicago Bears. As he's going down, he's always moving that ball forward. On that particular play, when he knew he was going down, he was throwing that ball over his left shoulder, putting it down to get an extra 1.5 yards, reaching with his arm.
That last carry will put Scrambler over 100 yards for the night. Here's the option right. Quarterback will keep. Looks like it's going to be good enough for the first down. Jim Bowie with a tackle for San Angelo Central. Let's see if they give him the first down. No, they're going to say it's just short, so call it 3rd and 1 as the clock continues to move with 1:28 to play in the first half.
And Darren Childs getting a little frustrated now because he can't get in and make any tackles because those Midland Lee tackles, offensive tackles, are coming off and getting in front of him, making it difficult for him. That's not bad, huh? 18 for 100.
3 touchdowns already. Lee back to pass. Man openers, Rich. 30 inside the 30 to the 25-yard line, 26-yard line. Owens with a tackle, but Rich with another reception for Lee. That was a very
forward, picks up the extra yard. Gary Owens, watch the catch. Watch the good concentration. Looking all the way in, putting it away. Now he's going to pick a few extra yards up before Gary Owens makes a tackle.
Rich's brother plays for the Air Force Academy. Here's the option, the reverse. And still on his feet is Parrish, but he's knocked down by Weber. That was a late developing play, and they're running the razzle-dazzle with only 35 seconds to play in the first half.
Now they're trying to slow down some of that pursuit. Their feeling being that they're going to go after Scrambler all the time now. Whenever he does something, they all try to react to it. They were going to come around with the reverse. Use a little time off the clock. There's only about 20 seconds left now.
Lee will have to hurry. Henderson, wishbone backfield. You see the clock going. Henderson back to pass. Over the middle, has a man open. Knocks away. Nice defensive play by Owens there as he came into the last moments. Nice defensive play by Owens there as the man was open for just a few seconds, but a nice defensive play.
Well, they did a good job. John Ballas is going to come down from the left. He's going to go all the way across the middle. A good reaction by Gary Owens, a 6-foot, 175-pound senior. Read the play all the way. Thought he should have made an interception. Seen close on the ball. The last step or two there did a good job of closing on that football.
That's the first incomplete pass by Midland Lee tonight.
And another field goal attempt by Big A, Arthur Donnelly.
Arthur Donnelly, this will be from 46 yards. Donnelly, kick is up. It's long enough, and it is good. Arthur Donnelly, his second field goal of the night, a 46-yarder. So Donnelly's having a great night in the field goal department, and Lee goes up now 26-0. Ed Bowski has a big foot, and he's done a great job tonight.
Yeah, it's amazing. When things are going good for you, they go good. And tonight, everything's going the right way for Midland Lee. Cheryl Miller saying, squib that ball or don't give him a chance to return it over the sideline there, talking to the special teams coach. John Parchman's our special teams coach. Coach Gandy right now, there's just that much he can really do. He wants to get him into the halftime, try to settle him down. He knows he's basically playing a better football team. You have to admit that yourself sometimes. He's going to keep coaching, though. All his coaches at the halftime are going to be talking to their players, trying to get them to stay in there, keep fighting, try to execute the fundamentals, work on the techniques, and things will come the right way for you.
2 weeks ago, Midland Lee led 32-7 before halftime against Midland High School, and Lee squandered away a lead and won that game 32-27. So I know Lee does not want to squander this one.
Well, this win, of course, would put them 3-0 in the district. They lost their opening game to Killeen 35-0. Since then, they've been darn near perfect. I knew that's what Coach Miller was talking about over there. Just give it to one of those linemen, let the clock run out.
That's the end of the first half. Midland Lee leads San Angelo Central 26-0 on the Texas High School Football Game of the Week.
This is the increasingly competitive world we live in, and this is the country we want ahead of the competition. These are the people we'll be depending on to keep this country ahead of the competition. These are the colleges and universities we're relying on for the people we're depending on to keep this country ahead of the competition. So if you want America to stay number one in the world, do something about it. Give to the college of your choice.
The Great Games, the games to remember, 1957. Notre Dame's Fighting Irish snap Oklahoma's 47-game winning streak, and the Sporting News was there. The Sporting News, where great things happen every week. Don't let them happen without you. Call 1-800-592-8900 and get 29 issues of the Sporting News for 4 payments of just $4.99. You save 69% off the cover price, 40% off the regular subscription rate. Call now 1-800-592-8900.
Let's team up and show everyone we all have to care about clean air. Team up.
Join the 1B team.
The most memorable moments in NFL history can now be yours in an all-new video cassette collection. Presenting the official NFL Films video collection from NFL Films, Fox Hills, and Time Life. Now,
greatest games, the mammoth feats of the legendary linemen, the suspense of the Super Bowl, and more. Kick off your collection with the toughest, most explosive players in the game. They're all part of your first video cassette, Crunch Course. Just $14.99 plus shipping and handling. The official NFL Films Video Collection. Here's how to order.
Call now 1-800-262-0900 to get your first video cassette, Crunch Course, at the low introductory price of just $14.99. Or send 1822 to NFL Video Collection, P.O. Box 1880, Department 26, Alexandria, Virginia.
26-0, our halftime score. Midland Lee in front of San Angelo Central. With us now, Jack Terrian, the Midland School's athletic director. Welcome to HSC, Jack. A big night for Midland Lee, and you've been very busy this fall, not only in charge of Midland Lee athletics, but Midland High School athletics.
Well, that's true, Ed, and of course, it's exciting when you have two outstanding football teams as we have, and of course, the Rebels are doing an excellent job this first half, and we're excited about that.
You have a lot of responsibilities as athletic director, not only with the football program. Tell our listeners and viewers about other things going on in Midland now with the fall sports.
Well, of course, we're involved in football right now, and of course, getting ready to start our basketball program. And we've got girls and boys cross country going on, so we've got a lot of activities going throughout our junior high program all the way through our high school program.
Logistically, I know, being out in West Texas and Midland, it's tough sometimes making all the travel problems and travel plans. Has that been a tough situation for you? I know Midland High has a lot of long road trips, too.
Well, yes, they're on one tonight, in fact, Ed. They're in Wichita Falls tonight, and it does pose a problem as far as our geographical location and the fact that we have been successful in our programs, and it seems like sometimes it's difficult to get people to play us, but those things are that way, and you just got to fight through it. That's all there is to it.
Ed Biles mentioned earlier tonight the great tradition of Midland Lee High School, starting, I guess, with Gil Bartosh to Spike Dykes. You were a former head coach, now Earl Miller. It is a great tradition in Midland.
Well, it is, and of course, it was started, like you said, a long time ago, and it's just it's been carried on by a number of people, and it looks like it's intact and will continue to be that way.
Is it good people and good junior high programs that really make the difference?
Well, it is. It's a good feeder system. There's no doubt about that, Ed. I think that's, basically what your program is about. And if you don't have that type of program in West Texas, you're in trouble as far as winning ball games are concerned.
Jack Terrian, thank you for stopping by tonight.
My pleasure.
Another fine asset of Midland, Texas is the Midland Lee High School Marching Band, as they're on the field right now.
Motorsports' first and only National Highlights television show brings greyhound racing into your own living room. Every month on the Track Beat, you'll see exciting stakes races from the best tracks in the country. Our Track Beat Spotlight includes farm features, kennel features, trainer features, and racing rule features. We'll show you some of the sport's history-making events with our racing flashbacks and answer the most commonly asked questions regarding greyhound racing. Stay tuned to HSC for the Greyhound Track Beat.
Hey, you look like an average sports fan. How would you like to win $100? Do what? $100. All you have to do is answer 6 sports trivia questions. Like what? Like questions on football, soccer, tennis, basketball, golf, yes, baseball, all sports. Just answer 6 trivia questions and win
$100. What are the questions?
I can't tell you. Just call 1-900-CAN-I-WIN. Championship Sports Trivia.
Surprising San Angelo, a city that encompasses the flavor of the frontier past with the world-famous West Texas sky. Steeped in the western tradition of cowboys and open range, San Angelo is surrounded by ranches and is conveniently located between 3 sparkling lakes, which offer the sport fisherman and boater an exciting and fun-filled weekend. San Angelo has preserved her frontier past in the Fort Concho Museum Complex, which hosts many local activities such as Pioneer Day. And once a year, the great highlight of Fiesta del Concho occurs. Here, visitors and natives alike enjoy the fishing rodeo, river raft races, talent shows, river tours, craft and food booths. To top all this off, there is San Angelo's world-famous Fiesta del Concho River Parade. Here, many local merchants and organizations enter floats of the most elaborate designs. But most of all, San Angelo is known as the People Town with its great cross-section of residents. First and foremost, San Angelo embodies the way of thinking that people are what make this land great and constantly strives to make the difference.
Well, here at halftime, the score is Midland League 26, San Angelo 0. We have an interesting halftime guest, Jerry Strickland, who is the principal of San Angelo High School. And Jerry, there's some interesting things about your high school a lot of other high schools around this state don't have.
Yes, sir, there is. Our high school is a college-style campus located on the banks of the Concho River. It's on 40 acres, and it has 26 separate buildings and 2,300 young people that go there.
That's really interesting. You don't find many schools that have that kind of campus in that kind of area. You also have some interesting things about your curriculum that's a little different than the average high school.
Yes, sir. One of the things that's a little different about our high school and about San Angelo Independent School District is that we have a PAYS center for at-risk students. At this center, students are allowed to go at their own pace and work towards graduation, whereas some of these students probably would drop out of school if it weren't for this. We have advanced placement programs at our school in the language arts, foreign languages, arts, and the sciences. We've had young people this last year, 3 semifinalists in the National Merit Program. In addition, there were 12 top scorers. We've had young people to successfully compete in national and state meets, both vocationally and academically, and they've done a tremendous job for us.
Along with that, you have a pretty good athletic program.
Yes, sir, we do. We're building on our athletic program, and we still have a half to play to come up to our expectations, but we do have a well-rounded athletic program for both young men and young women.
There's Jerry Strickland, the principal of San Angelo High School. And now let's take a look at the San Angelo Band performing down on the field right now.
Ken Fannin, the San Angelo Schools Athletic Director. And Ken, your team's losing on the scoreboard, but things are exciting around San Angelo because of Dan Gandy and the great tradition he will bring San Angelo football program.
Dan's brought a lot of excitement to us, and, you know, we know it takes a long time to put a program together, and, of course, each week we're gradually doing different things, and Dan's brought us a lot of excitement, and we're excited about it.
We talked about this with Jack Terry, and you started in your junior high programs with the same system you run here at San Angelo Central?
We have started that. We've revamped all of our junior high programs and went into the 7th grade, 8th grade, and we really concentrated in those young programs and trying to involve all of our students in those, and actually in all of our athletics. We're trying to give those youngsters an opportunity to play and then grow up through the system.
Even though the San Angelo football program has been down the last few years, you've got an excellent basketball program, the golf team, tennis team, and the track team, always very competitive in West Texas.
And we want to try to have a well-rounded program, and we really try to start early in that, and that's really what we're attempting to do right now, and I see some real excitement coming.
You also have a wonderful facility here, a great football stadium, and a great track as well.
Well, you know, it took a lot of thinking, a lot of folks down in front of us years ago, and we're fortunate to be here and have this kind of facility.
Will the facilities expand? I know as the minor sports become bigger in San Angelo, basketball has become very, very big in West Texas. Angelo State is very big here. Will your facilities expand?
Well, yes, we hope to gradually as we go. We're doing little things inside the program now all the time, and you know, we have to grow with our program, and that's what we hope to do in the next few years.
Thank you for stopping by, and best of luck in the future with San Angelo Schools Athletics.
Thank you very much.
Beautiful bonfire on the campus of Angelo State University as they have a big football game here in San Angelo tomorrow. And we'll be ready for the start of the second half of this Texas High School Football Game of the Week right after these messages.
Introducing the revolutionary Trim Cut Sanding Disc. It's made of a super tough nylon, bonded with a rugged industrial abrasive. Trim Cut's easy to use and won't tear or fly off. It's on and locked in just one step and cleans like new in seconds. Trim Cut outlasts ordinary sandpaper discs 50 to 1. Order your Trim Cut now for only $19.95. You'll get 3 5-inch and 3 3-inch Trim Cut discs. You'll also receive these free gifts just for trying Trim Cut: a disc cleaner, safety goggles, leather work gloves, lawnmower blade balancer, a buffing pad, and a protective mask, all absolutely free.
If you're not satisfied for any reason, return the unused disc for a full refund and keep everything else as our gift.
To order Trim Cut, call toll-free 1-800-421-6400 or send check or money order for $19.95 plus $4 shipping and handling to the address on your screen. Order now. Call 1-800-421-6400.
The only way to go is up. Aim high. Air Force.
You've seen the refs. Now get the best. It's TV's greatest sports bloopers. 60 minutes of the wildest, wackiest, funniest super bloopers ever recorded on one video cassette. From football fumbles to basketball fumbles, it's the sports blooper video everyone's been waiting for. Whether it's on the green or over the net or into the drink, you'll enjoy plenty of non-stop, gut-busting, bone-jarring blooper action. From the majors to the minors and around the world, you'll be amazed at the outrageous antics of some of your favorite sports and Hollywood movie stars. Get ready for hit after hit of the most bizarre bloopers and sports foul-ups you'd ever expect to see. Use your credit card now and get a pair of sports sunglasses free. This offer not available in stores. So for 60 minutes of the funniest selection of breathtaking, rib-tickling sports bloopers ever, use your credit card and order TV's greatest sports bloopers today. Call now 1-800-554-3535 for TV's greatest sports bloopers for $19.95 plus shipping and handling. Use your credit card now and get a pair of Sunblocker sports sunglasses free. Call now 1-800-554-3535 to get both the blooper video and free sunglasses. It's hilarious.
It has been all Midland lead. The Rebels lead 26-0 here at San Angelo. A domination by the Midland Lee School. Fair scrambler, Ed Miles, 3 touchdowns and 100 yards.
Well, he's had a great first half. You're talking about a great football player. That 6-footer uses that great strength, great speed, has a good feel for it. He's been everything that we was led to believe that he would be. Done a great job. They've controlled it. Midland Lee's had the ball for over 15 minutes of the first half of this football game. Angelo's hands, that makes it difficult.
Midland Lee's had the ball 5 times, and they've scored every time they've had the ball.
Yeah, they really have. They've done a great job with it. They've done a great job the first half. But they had a little tendency now. One of the ball games, it was up 32-0 at halftime. They allowed the team to come back, score 27 points to make it interesting. Of course, now you take a look down in the field. You see the players coming back out. Incidentally, that bonfire that you all have been looking at, there's some highlights of the first half. Now, there's Scrambler showing you his speed going down the sideline, his strength, and look at him reach out. He did a great job of reaching out with that arm to make that touchdown. He has scored 3 touchdowns in the first half. There's another one. Inside, just takes it right in the end zone. He crossed that line and put his second touchdown up on the scoreboard. And here he is again, going outside to his right. Watch him lower the shoulder here and make something happen. Does a great job when he gets in trouble of going forward and picking up 4 or 5 extra yards. Just a great college prospect.
He really is a big-time college prospect, as he has all the tools, and he is a punishing runner, as he not only will beat you with his quickness, he is a very physical style of runner, and just an excellent running.
That bonfire that we've been showing you is over on the Angelo State University campus. They have their big homecoming this weekend. They're playing Abilene Christian University here Saturday evening, and that's what that's all about. That's not a fire. We were making a lot of funny comments about it here in the booth, but that's the students over there getting ready for the homecoming game against Abilene Christian.
And there's Dan Gandy trying to make a big comeback. Ed Biles, you saw a big comeback last year with the Dan Gandy team with the HSC football season, didn't you?
Well, they did a great job. They came back against Dallas Carter, the eventual state champion. Now, there you see the first half stats. Of course, the domination of Midland is obvious. 11 first downs to 2, 60 yards passing, 150 yards rushing, 212 yards of 33. Penalties not a big factor. 1 turnover, of course, and that was by San Angelo. And time of possession, which wasn't up there, was 15 minutes and 37 seconds to 8 minutes.
Here's Williams with a kickoff. No, this is going to be Ford. Ford breaks away, and it takes the kicker Arthur Donnelly to make the stop. A nice return by Ricky Ford of 33 yards. Excellent return, Coach.
Good return by Ford. And of course, the thing that Angelo coaches would like to see is the team come out with just a little bit of consistency, a good cross block. It is cross blocking on that return. It needs some players from one side, one across to the opposite side. They crisscross and times it up pretty well.
Orr is still the quarterback. J.W. Orr, the junior. Man in motion is Ford. Option and no place to go for Orr, as Mantry Dedrick comes from his defensive end position and really makes a stop on the quarterback, Orr.
Well, again, Orr, we got to realize that he is inexperienced. There's a play where it probably would have been better off making the pitch. Once he got into that defensive lineman area, he should have made the pitch real quick.
Tonight's sideline truck is courtesy of Mustang Chevrolet here in San Angelo.
That's our sideline cameraman, Sammy.
Second down and 12 situation just underway. Here's a pitch fumble. Maintained by San Angelo, but that was an errant pitch, and Ford just sort of sat down on the ball as Orr pitched the ball quickly. Steve Ruckman in there very quickly for Midland Lee.
They tried to run that option out into the short sideline. Now, they don't have much room to operate here as they come down. They're going into the short side, makes it a little fake. Now he makes the pitch quick here and makes it an erratic pitch, of course. But they were very fortunate that they didn't lose that ball on that fumble.
They're not going forward. They're going backwards. Third down and 15 for San Angelo Central at their own 34. Or quick pass. Here's Ford. A little bit of running room. He's knocked down by Derek Turner. Turner, the outside linebacker, makes the stop, and that's going to set up a punting situation. And that was a situation, probably a prevent situation, where you didn't want anything bad to happen after your first 2 snaps in the second half.
Well, again, the inexperience of this team of running all these multiple sets is rather obvious. It takes a while, and when you make all the position changes that they have forced to make, making different people, changing them in positions, it just, there's a little bit of confusion going on. And Coach Gandy knows that. I'm not putting him down. That's what happens when you do those things.
That's Chambers back deep for Midland Lee. Bonds is the punter. Here is a nice punt. Chambers will field about the 23, and he is knocked down by a host of tacklers, led by that middle linebacker, Darren Childs. With 9 minutes and 55 seconds left in the third quarter, the score is Midland Lee 26, San Angelo nothing on Texas High School football Game
so simple and easy. But when you apply for benefits from the Veterans Administration, the process can be challenging and overwhelming. The Paralyzed Veterans of America can help you cut through the paperwork puzzle and help you realize all the benefits to which you still may be entitled. Call the Paralyzed Veterans of America today. Their professional services are available free of charge.
That was a punt of only 36 yards, a return of 3 yards. Here's Lee, scrambler with the ball, gets it to start the second half for Midland Lee, gain of about 6. Jim Bowie in for San Angelo for the stop, so the Lee Rebels start where they stopped in the first half with Big Bear scrambler number 33.
Well, that was kind of an inside reverse. Quarterback rolled out like he was going to his right, and he gave it to Scrambler going back to the left, trying to run it inside in the inside area between the tackles. And again, he picks up 8 yards.
Scrambler, 108 yards tonight with 3 touchdowns. Second and fourth situation, man goes in motion. Quarterback still with it. And Henderson needed a step. He could have gone. Nice defensive play by John Weber.
Well, sometimes when you concentrate on taking the pitch away, and that's what San Angelo's trying to do, they're going to make sure that they can't get the pitch out there to Scrambler. That forces the quarterback to carry the ball a little bit more than probably what he's been carrying in these other ball games.
Well, look at Weber with that great effort there. John Weber, who made a fine defensive play.
The Angelo players are giving great effort. They're not lacking of effort out there right now.
That was good enough for the 1st and 10. Scrambler up the middle. Good for another first down. He's knocked down by Bowie and by Mullen, but looks like it's going to be close enough for, let's see, it may be a first down, or maybe just short. Let's see where the official marks it is. Good shot there of Vince Henderson, the veteran quarterback of Midland Lee. They're going to call it second and inches. Do you gamble here? Do you gamble here now, Coach, on the second and inches play?
Oh, I would be surprised if they do, and more of a college call and a pro call, but a wasting down. That offensive line is doing a great job up front, so I think they'll just stay right on the ground.
Second and 1, give to Scrambler right up the middle. You were right. Good enough for the first down. It was Brown and Robles on the tackle for San Angelo.
Well, Brandon Rayburn and Casey Jones, the center. Now, that center is 6 foot, 210-pound sophomore doing some of that great lead blocking in there. You can see Perkins, number 78, 5'11", 220-pounder. Matt Wilson, who's the biggest one on their offensive line. Matt's 6'3", 240. Bubba Rayburn over on the left tackle side.
13 first downs for Midland Lee on the night. Man comes in motion. Here's a hand off to Scrambler. Good enough for about 2.
Well, that's a great play by Childs in there. Now, that time Childs was able to come up through the middle and make the plays. He's all fired up. Take a look at Childs now on this play. See him attack this one. Now, he's aggressively going the line of scrimmage, and he didn't get that lineman off to get him that play. And that's one of the few plays he's been able to get into the ball carrier.
Second down and 7 situation. Clock rolls with 7:33 to play in the third quarter. Midland Lee, 26, San Angelo Central, nothing. Scrambler looking for some room, finds some room. Good enough for another Midland Lee first down, and look at him extend his body. Wow.
He has great balance. When he gets down with 4 or 5 yards to go, he almost, watch how low he gets down. Right at the end of this play, watch how low he gets to the ground as he goes forward. Right here, right there, look at this. And see, he dove forward there and picked up about 4 more yards with his good body lean. He's a great back. Now, here he's running away, using the blockers. Now he sees trouble, stumbles, and goes forward for that extra yardage.
Bowie puts a little extra tattoo, and they're going to say this is not a first down. Or are they? They will not move the chains yet. They're going to call it a second down and inches. So, third down and inches. So, again, Midland Lee close to another first down here as we are underway in the third quarter. 7:09, clock rolling in the third quarter. Midland Lee has scored touchdown or field goal every time they touch the ball tonight. Wishbone attack for Henderson. Gives to Scrambler. Scrambler bowls his way over for the first down again. Bishop coming up for the tackle for Central, and too many defensive backs are having a tackle for Scrambler.
Well, we're giving you running a kind of a count of Scrambler's yardage, but don't get excited. He's not getting anywhere near the individual game record for high school football. That's held by John Bunch of Elkins, Arkansas. 608 yards rushing in one game.
What did John Bunch do the next day, Coach? He rested.
Probably slept a little bit.
First and 10, Midland Lee on the anticipated. He was anticipating the count a little bit. And right now, he wishes that was a hole there that he could get in and put it over his head. Because he knows, everyone knows that he's the only one that jumped offside that way.
5 penalties for 30 yards for Lee, first and 15. Here's a give to Scrambler, big opener, 30, 20. Scrambler still on his feet inside the 10 to the 9-yard line. Ferris Scrambler.
He just does an outstanding job once he gets out in the open of using those blockers. Take a look here now as he breaks through. A lot of backs will run away from the blockers, but he goes looking for his blockers. Right now he looks for that block, looking to wait for the blocker of 82, set it up for him, tries to cut back to the inside, picked up about 12 extra yards because he had the patience to use that blocker.
First and goal for Lee. Here's a give to the left side. Lee ball carrier was Tony White on that play. Tony gets a few yards. Darren Childs with the tackle as Tony White gets a carrier for Midland Lee as they move the ball inside the 5 to about the 3-yard line. Van Tom Watley, the offensive coordinator for Midland Lee, watching his fruit.
Yeah, kind of easy eating for him. When the coach has got those hands in their pockets, you know things are going good.
This is Scrambler. Touchdown, Midland Lee. Ferris Scrambler with his 4th touchdown of the night. And Midland Lee has extended their lead over San Angelo Central to 32-0.
Well, it's going to be a nice ride back to Midland tonight for the band, the cheerleaders, the Rebelettes, and all the fans that made this trip.
Dan Gandy and his coaching staff a little miffed right now, a little disappointed because their team did have a big victory last week against the Abilene Cooper Cougars, and they were looking for great things. And there's a man, Ferris Scrambler, taking a much-needed rest on the Lee sideline. Donnelly for the extra point. It's up, and it is good. With 5 minutes and 26 seconds left in the third quarter, the score is Midland Lee 33, San Angelo Central nothing. On Texas High School football game of the week.
My name is J.B. Hutchins. I'm a golf professional at Memorial Park Golf Course. My job is to make your golf game as enjoyable as possible. Be a Southern Texas Golf Pro.
Baseball cards really capture the action and drama of the game. They're great collectibles and a fun way for the entire family to enjoy the magic of baseball. As a kid, I had to trade to get all the cards for my favorite teams. Now I buy Topps baseball cards in complete team sets. With each team set, I get this attractive wall display. It protects the cards, yet they're easy to take out to review.
Choose your favorite team and call now. You'll receive all the 1989 Topps baseball cards for your team, including the rookies, for only $12.95 plus $2 shipping. Your money back if not completely satisfied. Order now and get 40 bonus cards, including the complete all-star set, absolutely free. These are genuine Topps cards with the player's complete Major League record on the back.
Share in the fun of collecting baseball cards.
Not available in stores. Call now, 1-800-227-5300. Get your team set, the wall display, and free bonus cards. Call 1-800-227-5300.
Should you know more about Social Security? Many people don't know the half of it.
I knew my son paid for Social Security before he became disabled. Then I learned they pay him.
Call 1-800-937-2000 for the whole story. Social Security, it never stops working.
33-0. Midland Lee with the big lead over San Angelo Central here in San Angelo. As Arthur Donnelly will kick to Ford and Williams. Midland Lee motto, excellence is the quality of being unusually good, and the Lee Rebels are unusually good tonight. Here's Donnelly, and it will take a bite like a wedge. This is Ford. Ford trying to get some room, still on his feet. He's hogside about the 24-yard line as Ricky Ford trying to make something with that kickoff return of 15 yards. So let's see if San Angelo can set something up here with 5:19 left to go in the third.
Scramblers 4 touchdowns. Think that's pretty good. What the national individual touchdown record is for one game. How about 13? Elvin McCoy from Haven, Kansas. 1928. They were playing Sylvia, Kansas. 13 touchdowns in that game by one player.
Scoring drive for Midland Lee. It was an impressive drive. 10 plays, 74 yards. 4 minutes and 4 seconds off the clock, and the TD Ferris Scrambler, 4th touchdown of the night, his 3-yard TD run. An impressive night
33-0 in the third quarter. Enough on morale. Enough to keep your players interested in the game. And I'll tell you who has to be dying right now. Let's be poor Dan Gandy's wife. Also the mother of the offensive coordinator. I think this is a long night for her.
It's a tough night. Offsides call on Midland. Lee Donnelly will tee it up. That's one facet of the league game that's not been good tonight is kickoffs. Donnelly's had his trouble kicking the ball out of bounds, and now they have an offside. So they will re-tee the ball up at the 35. Ricky Ford and Williams go back deep again as Arthur Donnelly, boy, he's got a leg. Already 2 field goals tonight, both over 40 yards, as his career best is a 48-yarder. Gets a sign from the official, so we will get play underway once again. This will be Ford at the 12. Ricky Ford on his feet, and he is knocked down. Nice tackle by Mike Loftus of Midland Lee. Met him head on. Also giving assist to Derek Turner, 18-yard return. San Angelo Central will now try to get something going with 5:13 to play in the third quarter. They trail 33-0. Orr will remain the quarterback for the Bobcats. High formation. That's Orr. Good look at the young man. Used to be a fullback, but has been made a quarterback. Gives to an upback, still on his feet. That's going to be Steve Williams. That's Williams' first appearance of the night, and that's going to be good enough for a San Angelo first down. This telecast is authorized under the rights granted to Home Sports Entertainment and is not intended for the commercial use of our viewing audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of Home Sports Entertainment is prohibited.
Well, that was a great run by Steve Williams. One of the problems they've had, Steve Williams has had an ankle injury. That being his first carry, again, he re-injured that ankle.
First down of the second half for the Bobcats. Flags everywhere. The give will be to Lorenzo Tribune. I believe that's Lorenzo's first call, but we have flags everywhere. Probably is going to be a motion penalty against San Angelo Central, as we will hear from the official. It is going to be a motion, and getting it just a wee bit sloppy out there as Lee has built up this big 33-0 lead.
I probably wouldn't be a very good official. With a 33-0 game, I'd probably be forced to overlook a few of those close calls, which would not make me a good official.
Motion on the offense. The penalty is declined. It's still going to be second down and 9.
You think he's from West Texas?
I think so. There was a legendary official. Did you ever know Curly Hayes? Just a great official. Curly was legendary many years ago in this district for keeping the ball moving. They had world record games for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. He kept the game moving. 4:37 to play in the third penalty situation. Lee with 35 yards to San Angelo 20. Here's Lubke. Let's see if they give him the catch. And it is going to be a completed pass, or...
There's a good catch. Good pass. Lubke went up and took that ball out. The second pass that he's caught where he's shown good hands and good size of that 6'4" height.
2 plays and 2 first downs for the Bobcats as they're trying to put something together. Inside Lee territory. This is the first time they've been inside Midland Lee territory in a long time. Ford will go in motion. Here's a pass to Ford. Not much to do there as he is knocked down by a host of Midland Lee Rebels led by outside linebacker Benny Jones.
Well, he was trying to cut back. The pass was designed. They throw it out to him, and he'd go back to the inside and pick up some of those offensive linemen coming out. But he didn't get back inside far enough, and those offensive linemen didn't get out there quick enough.
A lot of new faces in this Midland Lee defense. Loftus just checks in. Second down and 8 situation. Here's Orr looking to pass. It is intercepted. Intercepted by Derek Turner.
What a great interception by Derek Turner. He just turned around and got his one hand on the ball, stayed with it with great concentration, and eventually brought it in. That was an outstanding interception. Take a look at this now. Now watch. The ball is thrown. Watch Derek Turner now. He was behind him. He kept that up and kept concentrating on the ball and finally pulled it in.
The San Angelo drive is stopped by the interception by Turner. He has the ball. Scrambler with it. Big hole. He could go. Scrambler to midfield. Inside San Angelo territory. Bonds gets him down, but not before a big gain for senior fair scrambler of the
out there. Right now, see those blockers turn? Well, if they had gone forward instead of looking back, we'd probably taken that all away.
Back to action, Scrambler left side, another big hole for the senior running back. Scrambler now over 200 yards rushing in this game. Carried the ball 27 times as he will go over the 200-yard mark, Ed, for the second week in a row, and it's another Midland Lee first down.
Well, he's averaging 220 yards of offense, and right now they are really wearing down the San Angelo defensive folks who have spent an awful lot of time on the field.
Scrambler now 27 rushes, 206 yards. Give credit, though, to that Lee offensive line really blowing some holes. Draw play, Scrambler inside the 25, down about the 22.
That's the interesting thing about good backs. How as the game wears on, they seem to get stronger and better, and the defensive players just aren't quite as crisp and as sharp. Look at the blocking of the offensive line of Midland. Look at those white jerseys there now. Look at them go forward now and just white people. Look at the block by number 79, Matt Wilson, taking him all the way across the line. Scrambler just does a good job of running it.
Guess who again, sir? Scrambler inside the 15 to about the 14. Ronnie Stevens is the offensive line coach for Midland Lee and is doing a whale of a job as traditionally Midland Lee's very strong offensive line. Jake Young, a starter now for Nebraska, the starting center All-American, is a former Midland Lee lineman, so they have good quality players.
Well, they really have good quality players, and at this stage of the game, I just wonder if Coach Miller getting a little bit concerned about giving Scrambler the ball this many times. It's obvious that they've got the game well under control.
Scrambler is alone back in the backfield. Here's the option. Left side. That gives goes to Tony White. White is knocked out of bounds after a short gain.
See, there's a play that from San Angelo's standpoint we're going to be pleased with. There were 6 orange jerseys that hustle over there to stay in play, even though they're behind 33-0. It's obvious who's going to win this game. Those 6 defensive players still hustle to go. That's the things Coach Gandy will try to look at and build upon as he looks at the film of this game.
I wonder where Earl Miller's walking to on the bench there as they're going to bring out the chain. Earl Miller, excellent head football coach. As we said earlier, he was the winning coach in the Texas All-Star game this summer, his North squad. And one fact, Ed, he's never lost to Odessa Permian. Never, ever lost to Permian.
He's going to be tested this year in that game, though.
Really will be. Gary Gaines and crew have another fine football team, as that's going to be short as we see Coach Miller roaming the sidelines. This is probably the time when a lot of players will get to play. Third down and inches situation. Here's again, back to Ferris Scrambler. Scrambler is going to go in for the touchdown. Ferris Scrambler looks like he was down about the 5, but rolls in his 5th touchdown of the night, and Midland Lee extends that lead.
The band might get tired tonight playing the Midland Lee fight song. Going to come right at you here now. It's just a power sweep. They're turning and pitching the ball to him. See all those blockers out in front. Kick out flush. There's Hollywood Henderson, the quarterback, right there throwing the block. He cuts back in spite of it. He dives from about the 3-yard line to get it. Again, it's just outstanding. Now, I'll tell you one thing about high school football. It's changed. Look at that trainer. Boy, I never had one like that wiping my face when I was playing high school football.
Donnelly with the PAT, true and good. The Lee Rebels have dominated every facet of the game tonight. 40-0 is our score as they are well on their way to their first victory of the year. Their third in District 4-5A. It looks like the Rebels are heading to a meeting on the first Friday in November against their arch rival, the Odessa Permian Panthers, and what a game that will be here on HSE.
They're going to 3-0 in the district. And here's Scrambler on the kickoff return team. There you see that. Obviously, 13 touchdowns, 5 of them tonight.
Scrambler, 30 rushes and 234 yards. That's a new school record for the career rushing, as the old record was held by Walter Jones, who was a member of Midland Lee's last team to go to the state championship game back in 1983. Rebels lead the Bobcats 40-0, and Arthur Donnelly's leg has to be a little tired. Ricky Ford and Williams are back deep for the San Angelo Central Bobcats.
Scrambler is the second cover man from the top of the field up there, the second from the the first man to hit him. Also down there was Derek Turner on the lead coverage. And, Coach, they do a lot of things well. This lead team has had excellent coverage on kick returns tonight. They had enough practice tonight.
You didn't see 33 show up in that shot down there at the end because they used him as the safety man on it. Next week, of course, we got a big battle in South Texas. We were in East Texas last week, West Texas. Now we go to South Texas. Well, it's Christy Carroll versus Victoria.
Ought to be a great one here on HSC. J.W. Orr still the quarterback. Orr gives to the up back. Not much yardage there. As Orr and the Bobcats with time rolling out, trying to get something happen. Benny Jones makes the defensive stop for Midland Lee. As Dan Gandy would like to see something happen positive in this game. I know he'd like to get on the scoreboard after last week when his team had their first one of the year, an emotional win, and tonight everything is going Midland Lee's way. 40-0 our score, under a minute to play in the third quarter. Second down and 8 situation. The I-back is forward, takes the forward, or looking to pass. Down in the intercepted by Midland Lee. That is going to be Steve Ruckman. Ruckman with the interception.
Your old snowbird jumped back in there, picked that one off. 5'11", 180-pound senior, Steve Ruckman. There's a shot of it now. Of course, Orr's doing desperate things now. When you do desperate things, usually bad things happen to your football team. They're trying to make things happen, and it's very hard to do it. And, of course, Midland being aggressive, being all over the field, sitting back in zone coverage. Good interception by Steve Ruckman.
Got to remember, this is a young San Angelo team, and with their coach Dan Gandy, they will be back. Here's a pitch back to Tony White. White good for 2 or 3 yards as Midland Lee now has a new quarterback, and that is Mark Jacob. Mark Jacob is the quarterback now, and White with a carry. Colin Harlow with the stop for San Angelo. Tony White, a good-looking youngster, but bad for Tony White when you play behind Ferris Scrambler.
You're not going to get much playing time, are you?
Clock is rolling down in the third quarter. 40-0, but Lee with another chance to score. They've not punted all night long, and they've scored every possession. Here's a give to Dirk Kubicek. He goes inside the 25 to the 22-yard line, as that will be another Midland Lee first down, as they have dominated the first down statistics all night long in all the offensive categories, as they will wind the clock down to end the third quarter. At the end of the third quarter, the score is Midland Lee 40, San Angelo nothing on the Texas High School Football Game of the Week.
The Dallas Mavericks St. Paul Medical Center Halloween Hustle is back. Bigger and better than ever. There's a 10K, 5K, and 1-mile run with the Nuns Fun Run Walk. The city's largest costume contest. Free refreshment, prizes, live entertainment, and awards for the top runners and best costume. A health fair featuring health information, screenings, and counseling. Join the fun Saturday, October 28th at Reunion Arena. Proceeds benefit the Ronald McDonald House of Dallas and the St. Paul Medical Center Children's Cancer Fund.
The game of golf is experiencing growth in record numbers, and your Southern Texas golf professional is playing a key role. He's helping to promote junior golf through individual instruction and tournament participation at all ages, so that young golfers not only become good golfers, but good sports. When you look at the scoreboard, your Southern Texas Pro is there, running your tournament. And when you're looking for that mental edge in your game, your Southern Texas professional is the one to turn to. See your Southern Texas Pro soon.
Home Sports Entertainment has another great season of college football featuring the Southwest Conference, the Big Eight, the Pac-10, and LSU. Join HSE for the best college football action from east to west. November, in the spirit of Thanksgiving, Home Sports Entertainment salutes the talented coaches, athletes, commentators, and referees seen here every week of the year. NBA action dominates the lineup of great sports action in November on HSE. Rockets viewers will see the Nuggets, Clippers, Timberwolves, and Trailblazers. Spurs viewers will catch action against the Clippers, Nets, and Timberwolves, while Mavericks viewers will see the Trailblazers, Clippers, Lakers, Lakers and Supersonics. NHL action is back. You'll be there when the New Jersey Devils face off against the Northeast, North Stars, Islanders, Penguins, and the Calgary Flames. In November, HSE showcases the debut of the Senior Professional Baseball League. Former major leaguers are back on the field for 3 months of red-hot baseball action. See why it ain't over till it's over. We'll also feature the Virginia Slims Tennis Championship Final, and college football action continues. November's got plenty of prime sports action to be thankful for on HSE, the best team on TV.
High school football, over 10 million in attendance per year. Welcome back to San Angelo, Texas. Midland Lee leads San Angelo Central 40-0 as Midland Lee has dominated, and they've scored every time they touch the ball, Ed.
Well, they've got 22 first down to Central's 4, of course.
Jacobs with the pitch back to Tony White. Not much there as Tony White goes for about 1 yard. You know, in the decade of the 80s, Ed, 3 teams in this district have made it to the playoffs. Midland Lee, Odessa Permian, and San Angelo Central. In the last few years, it's been mostly a Midland Lee and Odessa Permian affair.
Well, it's good football out here. And right now, San Angelo's down a little bit. They'll come back. They'll get their program going in their feeder schools, the junior highs, and get them doing the things they're going to do when they get to high school level. All that takes time.
Dirk Kubicek rambles inside the 10-yard line. That's going to be good enough for a Midland Lee first down as we see Ferris Scrambler taking a well-deserved breather. Look at that. 30 rushes, 234 yards, 7.8 yards per carry, and all those touchdowns. What a great effort by Ferris Scrambler. Look at
5 touchdowns. Yes, sir.
Again, Jacobs is a new quarterback. Here's a pitch and a new running back for Lee. Running room, and it's going to be a Midland Lee touchdown. That is B.J. Parrish. B.J. Parrish, a backup running back, with his first touchdown of 1989, and he is happy about that as Lee back on the scoreboard again. This is an awesome offensive football team as they put up 46 points on the board tonight. 46 points by the Lee Rebels. Ed Bowsen in any form of game. That's pretty impressive as one of the young men had a little Charlie horse there.
Yeah, that's usually a good indication of the Charlie horse. Now, again, you can see the white jerseys, how they push the defensive line out of the way. Good run by B.J. Parrish. He does a good job of cutting back right here to get it into the end zone.
It's got to be exciting for Parrish to score.
And this is the same play that the Scramblers were making all. It's a power sweep. Runs to the outside with all those blockers in front of him. Now he cuts it back to the inside. You can see that the Middle League players are used to backs that are going to break the line of scrimmage because they're throwing blocks downfield. That's what will open up some long runs for you.
That drive for Midland Lee, 5 plays, 32 yards, a minute 41 off the clock. Parrish with a touchdown run as 46-0 before the PAT, as there is a very satisfied Earl Miller, and here's the injured player.
Well, Earl Miller's kind of saying to himself right now, well, what can I do? I've got a lot of my second-team players in there now, giving them as much as experience as I possibly can. That was a back who hasn't played much, and that's one of the things that happen when you put those folks in. They want to do well. It's their chance to play and show some good things, and sometimes the score gets out of hand when you handle things that way.
Injured Bobcat. As Weber, he comes off. That's Donnelly ready for the PAT. He's been a busy young man. Made all his PATs except one. He's got 2 field goals, one of 42, one of 46 yards tonight as an excellent college prospect. He is also a very fine soccer player. He does that in the spring for Midland Lee. They had their first year of competitive soccer in 1989 as he was a member of that team as he tries for the extra point. High snap as they get it down. Kick is up, and it is good. 47 points now for the Midland Lee Rebels, as every time they've touched the ball tonight, they've either had a touchdown at Miles or a field goal, as they are really putting on an offensive show tonight.
That's really interesting. That's 8 times they've hit the ball, and they put points on the board all 8 times. Of course, there's the scoring drive. 5 plays, 32 yards. Took a minute and 41 seconds. They got the ball in great field position after the interception. Parrish on a 9-yard run.
Jason Sever is a Texas, and he wanted this job in a very bad way, and even though it seems losing 47-0 now, there's going to be bright things for Gandy in the future. 11:03, and there's our courtesy car once again.
And look at Sammy. Boy, that diet's working good for Sammy.
Huntley will kick off. That's Ricky Ford. Back deep. Also, Marlon Williams for the Bobcats. Line drive kick. Fielded at 4. Ford with the ball. Ford is going to be knocked down short of the 20-yard line. Randy Brown with a tackle for Midland Lee. 12 yards on that return. You know, Coach, high school football, more turnstile clicks than the Astros, the Rangers, the Mavericks, the Spurs, the Rockets, the Oilers, the Cowboys, and Southwest Conference teams combined. That's an amazing figure, isn't it?
Might be the fact that there's over 500 high school teams playing, though.
There you go. And a lot of teams are in action tonight, not only in West Texas, but all across the Lone Star State. San Angelo Central, they haven't had a score, and here's a fumble, loose ball. I think Orr's going to get it back, so J.W. Orr, the quarterback's going to get the ball, and bad pass from the center there, or just miscommunication. That's a tough thing late in this game. 10:39 to play in the contest.
Yeah, that's 77. You see that kind of players that he's working with now. John Green, he's 6'4", but he's only a sophomore. Taking some licks. Quarterback James Bellman, he had the ball.
He had the ball.
Just dropped the football. Boy, lucky to get it back here and scramble to fight for it. But that's the sophomore to tackle, junior center, 2 juniors at the guard. They'll all be back.
Shotgun formation. Here's Ford. A few yards. Chambers in on the tackle for Lee. Also, Turner, the 6'1 junior. Derek Turner's had a good night defensively for Midland Lee. Dan Gandy still sitting in place. That'll make it a 3rd down situation. Clock continues to move. 9:56 to play.
He'd like some way, somehow, to figure out a way to get a touchdown on the board.
Or we'll go in the shotgun formation on the 3rd and 8 situation. Or good time. Pass is too high. He was looking for Williams, who lined up as a flanker, but overshot his receiver, Ed.
Well, he's not really in balance when he throws that. You see he had his left foot out way to the left and his right foot out. He's not in balance when he throws. What the position is in to throw the ball? You really got to step into that. You're going to throw across the middle. See how the ball sailed on him? You're going to throw in the middle. You've got to take that foot and step right into it, just like a pitcher throwing a baseball. You never see a baseball pitcher on the mound throwing the ball stepping kind of sideways. You step right towards home plate, then you follow through. It's the same way with throwing the football.
Bonds will be the punter. Chambers back deep from Midland Lee. Gets the punt away. Nice kick by Joey Bonds. Chambers bobbles the ball but has a fair catch at the 45-yard line.
Well, great hang time. That was 4.3 on that punt while it was in the air.
With 9:24 left in the game, our score is Midland Lee 47, San Angelo Central nothing on the high school football game of the week.
Children believe what their parents tell them.
You're pathetic. You can't do anything right.
You disgust me. Just shut up.
You can't be my kid.
You're worthless.
Hey, stupid, don't you know how to listen?
You're never going to amount to anything.
Why don't you go find some other place to live?
Words hit as hard as a fist. Stop and listen to what you're saying. You might not believe your ears.
I wish you were never born.
Take time out. Don't take it out on your kid.
Hi, I'm Ron Colville, golf professional at Walden on Lake Conroe, inviting you to see your Southern Texas golf professional to help improve your game.
Pitching strategies and tactics. How to prepare yourself to pitch competitively. Not just to win, but to pitch competitively winning with a minimum risk of injury to your arm. New information, new skills, and a fun tape.
Both of my sons utilize Tom's program, and I've seen dramatic results. I wholeheartedly recommend Tom's video, and I know you're going to enjoy it.
Call now, 1-800-777-2465.
Hi, I'm Fred Miller, Chairman of the Division 1A Athletic Directors Marketing Committee. This stadium's empty right now, but it won't be for long.
College sports are an important part of college life. Now you can look great and boost your favorite university program by ordering an officially licensed T-shirt and cap for only $21.95. The T-shirt is available in white or gray with the official two-color school logo. The premium quality embroidered hat comes in white. This officially endorsed program is available from major universities to boost and benefit their schools and their athletic program. I've got mine, and it looks great. Get your officially licensed T-shirt and cap with the school logo for just $21.95. Let's team up to support our college athletics. Here's how to order.
Credit card orders, call toll-free 1-800-858-4900 or send check or money order for $21.95 with shirt size and choice of schools to University Athletic Properties, P.O. Box 706, Middleton, Wisconsin 53562. Please allow 4 to 6 weeks for delivery. That phone number again is 1-800-858-4900.
We all thank you for supporting college athletics.
We are back in San Angelo. Midland Lee dominating San Angelo Central tonight, 47-0. Ed Clements and Ed Biles as Lee has the ball back in action. We have flags, and let's see what the pitch is. It's going to be a motion call on Midland Lee.
Well, they got number 75. Chris Kosh is in there at the tackle position. See if they made some changes in that offensive line.
There's a man, Ferris Scrambler, 5 touchdowns tonight, over 200 yards. Once again, he entered tonight's game as the second leading rusher in Class 5A football in Texas. Handoff inside, that is Dirk Kubicek. Kubicek rambles for about 4 yards before he's knocked down by Carlin Harlow.
Got 63, Kent Spraglin in there at the offense, one of the offensive guards. 73, Zeno Witten's in there playing. Got some young folks in there right now.
Second down and 8 situation. The quarterback for Midland Lee is Mark Jacob. He replaced Vince Henderson. Midland Lee out of the wishbone attack. Wide receiver outright. Jacob still has it. Pitches back. This is Sims. Sims good enough for that first down, as that was a nice pitch by the quarterback, Mark Jacob.
66, Travis Bushman in there, one of the line position. That basically is number 2 offensive line in there working. Of course, they want to show what they can do. Option play, good fake to the fullback, gets outside, the last minute makes the pitch.
That was an excellent pitch.
Anthony Sims, 5'6".
First and 10 for Midland Lee. Here's a pitch to Parrish. Parrish running room, still on his feet. As Parrish inside the 40-yard line. He's stopped by Obi Ray on the right side. Parrish had a touchdown earlier tonight. Good yardage on the right side to the short side of the field. P.J. Parrish, 160-pound running back. A lot of these players don't get to play when you have someone like Ferris Scrambler in your lineup. Scrambler dominates so much, but Parrish getting some quality time right now. Clock is moving. 7:55 to play in the game. Second and 2, and Lee wants to call a timeout. Jacobs will go to the sideline to talk to his offensive coordinator. That's Van Tom Whiteley in the maroon hat, talking to his 2 young players alongside Ronnie Stevens, the offensive line coach. 47-0, Ed Biles. A big display from this Midland Lee offense tonight, but give credit to the Lee defense, too. They've been playing some good football, too.
Well, they're a good, solid football team. Like I said, they opened up the first game against Killeen. They got beat 35-0, but then they turned it on. Played Del Rio and went up, beat them 38-0. El Paso, Andrus, 17-0. Midland, they were out in front. Midland, they were out in front 32-0, and all of a sudden, Midland came back, scored 27 points. They beat Odessa last week, 26-14. Now, this is going to be their 3rd win in the district, 3-0.
That's Stacy Weaver with the training. Unusual to have a female trainer, but Stacy's a nice young girl. Visited with us before the kickoff.
Well, most of the schools have gone to that now, and it's an opportunity for girls to get into something they're interested in. And, of course, it's another way for them to get to colleges. They have girls in the athletic training programs at the universities. Nice young lady. We were visiting with her down the sideline before the game.
Jacobs is the quarterback for Midland Lee. Handoff on the draw play. A lot of running room, and the running back falls down. That was Dirk Kubicek, who was down by self-tackleization, I guess you'd call it, Ed.
Well, Dirk picking up some yardage himself during this ball game, getting a chance to play and show that he deserves the opportunity to play. also in for the Midland Lee Rebels. 24 first downs for Midland Lee to 4 for San Angelo Central. 6:57 as you see the clock moving in the fourth quarter. Pitch back. White still on his feet. Gets inside the 15-yard line of San Angelo Central. Jim Bowie and Colin Harlow on the stop for the Bobcats.
And they're running the same play. It isn't that they're doing anything fancy. That's just a power sweep where they turn, pitch the ball to tailback, the lead back, the quarterback gets right out in front of us. So they got a lot of blockers in front of that play.
For the matchup in a few weeks on HSE between Permian and Midland Lee should be a great, great football game. 1st and 10 for Midland Lee. Jacobs remains the quarterback. Give to the fullback as Parrish bulls his way inside the 10-yard line. Now, that was not Parrish, excuse me, that was Dirk Kubicek. They're about the same size and very, very good running back. As Lee going for, what would you call them, a hat trick plus, because they've scored every time they've had the ball.
Well, that shows you what kind of offense you got. Unbalanced line again to the right.
Wishbone, give, in close to the touchdown. I believe he's going to be stopped. That's Tony White, who got just to the lip of the cup down there. White jumped up, thought he had a touchdown.
Take a look at this hole now. You know, maybe even some of our people in the truck could run that ball through there.
5:47. We see the replay again.
What? There was an orange jersey into the shot until he got down to about the 1-yard line. Complete domination by the offensive line of Midland Lee.
Movement in the line. Give to Kubicek, and let's see if he's in. No signal yet from the officials. No signal.
Second down. They spotted the ball. He got it in the end zone, but he was down before he got it in the end zone.
Second down and goal from Midland Lee. Clock rolls. 5 minutes and 20 seconds.
Well, Ronnie Stevens, the offensive line coach, going to have to be awful proud of the job that his offensive linemen have done out here this evening. See how close they are to getting another touchdown.
Right on the edge of the goal line. Jacobs is the quarterback. The give and touchdown for Midland Lee. That is Dirk Kubicek for the touchdown for the Lee Rebels. As they are pouring it on now, 53-0. We may need to check the history books. This may be the biggest win ever. Lee over San Angelo.
Again, look at them double teaming in there, defensive linemen, and just the penetration. Watch the offensive line now. Him fire out, dominating the line of scrimmage, and of course he's in the end zone. That's all he got to do is move him back a yard. He's in the end zone.
Donnelly for the extra point. It is up and it is good. With 5 minutes and 1 second left in tonight's game, the score is Midland Lee 54, San Angelo Central nothing on the high school football game of the week.
I'm Jerry Dean, your host on Honey Hole TV magazine. I'd like to invite you to join us each Wednesday night at 6:30 right here on HSE. We'll bring you Texas bass fishing at its very best, featuring the top lakes and fishermen from all across this great state, with current information that'll help you get more bass in your boat. So join us right here on Home Sports Entertainment every Wednesday night at 6:30 p.m. for Honey Hole TV magazine. We'll see you then.
To unlock your body's potential, we proudly offer SoloFlex. 24 old-fashioned iron pumping exercises, each correct in form and balance. All on a simple machine that fits in the corner of your home. For a free brochure, call anytime.
Back in San Angelo, Texas, as Midland leads total domination tonight as they lead San Angelo Central 54-0 in this District 4-5A game. Big Christmas festival in San Angelo at Old Fort Concho. Christmas on the frontier the first week in December. Lee Rebels rolling up their biggest score of the year at Biles, 54 points.
points tonight.
Well, it's been an amazing offensive display. One of the interesting observations we probably should have made a little bit earlier, that offensive line, Midland Lee, there are very few teams that still do this. They use a 4-point stance. Their offensive linemen have, of course, obviously both their legs down, but instead of putting one hand down, they put two hands down, and they are really low, and they're getting off into the ball. Now, I'll guarantee you their offensive line coach works them a lot on that sled, where he has them just firing out, moving the ball, and getting in that sled and driving that sled back off the line, and you can see that sled work has really paid off for those offensive linemen. But if Midland gets the ball again, take a look at that offensive line in that 4-point stance, where they have both hands down, and how low they are when they come off the snap of the ball.
Lee drives have been impressive, Ed. 79 yards, 58 yards, 34 yards, 74, 73, 32, and 55 yards on the touchdown. Back deep for San Angelo Central, Ricky Ford and Marion Williams, as Arthur Donnelly waiting for the official signal to kick off this ball. 5 minutes, 1 second remaining in tonight's game, as Lee leads 54-0 here at San Angelo Stadium in San Angelo, Texas. Good shot of the football there on the tee.
Michael Wilson.
Mr. Wilson. Here's the boot by Donnelly. Ricky Ford fields inside the 10 to the 20. Outside 30. He's going to be knocked out of bounds just short of the 40-yard line. Ricky Ford, who was the hero last week against Abilene Cooper, gives a little bright spot for San Angelo Central. Upcoming games. Next weekend, Corpus Christi Carroll at Victoria. Converse Judson at San Antonio Roosevelt. The big game in District 4-5A, November 5th, Odessa Permian at Midland Lee. November 12th, Houston Lamar at Waltrip, plus 5 weeks to state playoff. All Sundays at 6 o'clock. What a great lineup here on HSE.
Boy, if you're line up early to get tickets for that Midland Lee Odessa Permian, there'll be some tailgate parties going on there.
New quarterback in for the Bobcats. And, drop. That is Jeff Tungate. The quarterback is a drop pass there. He was wide open. Damon Carroll open about the 40-yard line. Tungate checks in for Orr. Gone all the way.
He threw that ball well. Now watch the left-hander get in position. Watch his feet move. Boom, he threw off that front foot, threw into it. Ball was there. It was a very catchable pass.
At the beginning of the year, Jeff Tungate was split in, and he has been converted to quarterback for San Angelo Central. So a lot of changes in the San Angelo Central offensive, Dan Gandy. Second down and 10 situation. Shotgun formation. Man in motion. Lee playing a prevent-type defense. Tungate once again almost intercepted right in the hands of Randy Bryce. And Bryce can't believe it. That was a tailor-made interception. He was looking for Springer and Bryce.
Let's take a look at Tungate now. Let's look at his delivery. He's back, gets himself in there, gets the ball up high. Now he brings it back down, kind of winds up with it, which allows that defensive line. You see that how far that linebacker was able to recover and get in that position? Watch how long it takes. The linebacker's watching his movement. See the movement? See how where he drops the ball and then brings it back up? That's why that defensive linebacker was able to cover so much territory and get there.
3rd and 10 situation for the Bobcats. Tungate backs the pass again. It's complete. Inside Lee territory. That is Damon Carroll with a reception, and that is the first time San Angelo Central has been past the Lee 50-yard line in the second half.
That's a good catch by Damon Carroll, and a good job by Tungate. Now, for a left-hander, he had to go out to his right and let him turn to get himself in position. Good job of moving those feet and getting in position. Lobbed it over the top of the defensive back. And Damon Carroll did a fine job of looking at it. If he could have regained his balance, he could have gone all the way.
24-yard gain for the Bobcats. Their biggest of the night. 1st and 10, 41. Tungate looking long again for Carroll, and just overthrown at the 4-yard line. Good coverage by Midland Lee secondary on that one as they try to air it out and get some quick points.
He's got some strength in that arm. He threw that ball about 40 to maybe 45 yards. Now let's take a look. There's the pass. Goes right over his head. Oh, I bet that quarterback reacted in a funny sort of way. Oh, boy. Watch his reaction. Let's watch his reaction. Oh,
least something good ought to happen to you on Friday the 13th.
That's right. Ford, 12 carries for 27 yards. By far the leading ground gainer for San Angelo Central on a 3rd-and-2 situation now. Under 4 minutes to play.
It ain't no fun to take this kind of beating.
Here's Tunkett, rolls to his right, in trouble, and he's going to be sacked. Behind the line of scrimmage, leading the way from Midland Lee, Charles Mosley, also in there, Reuben Marion for Midland Lee. Big loss for the Bobcats, and some of the second liners playing for Midland Lee now, Ed.
Oh, yeah, they've been trying to play some of the backup people in there, but, you know, when you get this far behind, it's really hard to stay in the game. Of course, San Angelo also has some of the second-line people in there trying to give them the opportunity to play.
4th down and 11 situation for the Cats. Tunkett, the quarterback, looking to pass. He's got time, and he's got a man over the middle. That is his wide receiver, Lance Lubke, who plays tight end and also wide receiver. That's going to be good enough for us. San Angelo 3rd down.
Well, Lubke's 3rd pass reception, and Tunkett did a good job of finding him. Came out early, he wasn't open, kind of moved around a little bit, had a little patience to look, and he led him away from those defensive players who were coming from behind there.
I think you're right. Patience, that's what he had on that because he had the heavy rush from the Lee Rebels. 1st and 10 for the San Angelo Central Bobcats just outside the 20. Tunkett back again. Almost interception. Intercepted by one of the Rebels. That was Chris Posey, who was a step away from an interception and was a step away from going a long way for a touchdown.
Chris Posey, also a tight end, defensive end, back there in pass coverage.
Jeff Tunkett is 2 of 6 for 44 yards passing. That'll stop the clock at 2:49. If you just joined us, it's been all Midland lead. The Rebels lead 54-0.
It's a good time for draw up the middle.
Tunkett will look long, look to the corner. It's going to be intercepted by Midland Lee. Threw it right to one of the Rebel defenders as Tunkett's pass is intercepted. And we will try to pick up that number. That was just a desperation pass to the left corner, and Tunkett threw it right to one of the Rebel defenders, Ed.
Well, that's what happens when you're really playing this type of catch-up. You just say, well, you really don't care, so to speak, if an interception happens. You figure, well, what's the difference? You got to gamble, try to force things and make things happen, and when you do that, bad things usually happen. Watch your offensive lineman now with that 4-point stance.
Randy Bice on that interception for Midland Lee. The Rebels have the ball. Big hole. Kubicek still on his feet as he rambles out past the 30 to about the 33-yard line. Bond has to make the tackle from his secondary position, but a nice run by Dirk Kubicek, the young running back from Midland Lee.
Kubicek says, hey, I'm tired. I'll get a running ball this off. Good blocking. Oh, great blocking offensive line. Oh, what a wonderful shot. That a way to go, gang. That's what's going on in that huddle.
See the clock moving. We're in the 4th quarter as the Lee Rebels are dominating tonight. Well on their way to their 5th victory. Jacobs remains the quarterback in the wishbone. This is Kubicek again. He gets 2, maybe 3 yards before he's brought down by Sean Garman and other San Angelo Central Bobcats. Both these teams will be in action next week. As you see, Tunkett getting some more warm-up time on the sidelines. He came in late in the game after the Rebels had this game well in hand, as he will get some more playing time if the Bobcats get the ball back. 1st and 10, another 1st down for Midland Lee. 1:49 to play. Here's a pitch back. Big hole. 50, 40. He could go. This is Tony White. He's going to go all the way for a Midland Lee touchdown. Tony White with the touchdown for Midland Lee. And the Rebels juggernaut continues to roll. 60-0 now as you see the Midland Lee fans who made the trip over from Midland very happy. And there is Tony White, the running back, who scores on that touchdown have dominated this game, and again, every time they've had the ball, they've scored tonight. They took that ball possession deep inside their own territory. The PAT is up and good by senior Arthur Donnelly. 1:37 to play, and it's 61-0. And the Lee Rebels are dominating this game. 61-0. Only 1:37 to play. Tony White, the man who scores the touchdown for the Rebels, gets a good block here from Jacobs, the quarterback, and then pure speed on the left side as he balances on the sideline and will go untouched into the end zone. 68 yards. As Ed Biles has talked about all night long, look at the excellent blocking on the front line. There's Childs, moved out of the play by the quarterback, and then it's his speed right there as White will go the 68 yards for the touchdown. Well, our two cable systems involved in tonight's ball game, Simmons Cable here in San Angelo with General Manager Mark O'Shea, and Dimension Cable in Midland with General Manager Doug Smith. As Midland Lee head football coach Earl Miller contemplating next week already, I'm sure, as he's got to be pleased with his team tonight, leading by 61-0. And this series was all tied up at 14 wins apiece for both schools, and now Lee will go ahead in that in a very big way. Ricky Ford back deep for San Angelo. Ford, 20, still on his feet to the 25-yard line. That's where the Bobcats will try to get something working with only a minute and 32 left on the clock. Tackle was made by Anthony Sims. Sims on the kickoff squad of Midland Lee. Back in the game for the Bobcats, Jeff Puckett, the backup quarterback. Again, a lot of changes in the San Angelo offense from the first part of the year. Puckett was a split in, now he is the quarterback. High formation, Puckett throws to his left. He'll keep the ball. Puckett, I think the ball was down before the ball came loose, and it will be maintained by the Bobcats. Pick up about 4 yards. Clock continues to roll now with a minute and 10 seconds to play in this game. Again, Midland Lee, 61-0. And there's a fan. That looks like a good West Texas fan. Watching a Friday night football game in San Angelo, Texas. Puckett with the ball. Less than a minute now to play. Back with some time. He'll keep. And he tackled after a short gain. On the tackle for Midland Lee, Randy Bryce. Puckett looks towards the sideline, trying to get some plays off before the end of this game. Again, San Angelo Central has only crossed the Midland Lee 50-yard line one time in this entire second half. Total domination by Fair Scrambler and Lee Rebels as the clock continues to roll now with 24 seconds left in tonight's game. Now it rolls down. Some get to the line of scrimmage. As they'd like to put something on the scoreboard, they have to do it very quickly. Puckett, pass is complete to Carroll. Carroll, still on his feet, 45, knocked down to the 47-yard line. And it looks like the Bobcats will not take a timeout. They'll just move the chains here. No, they'll take a timeout now as they would like to put something together. This is good experience for Jeff Puckett as Earl Miller wants to talk to his defense. There's a big man, Ferris Scrambler. Scrambler for the second week in a row, over 200 yards. He had 274 last week. Tonight, over 230 yards as he has been dominant. 234 yards, 30 carries for Ferris Scrambler. Just another excellent night as Earl Miller talks to his defense, working with a lot of young players as they will be preparing next week for their meeting with Abilene Cooper, and then they'll have a week off before the November 3rd game here on HSC with the Odessa Permian Panthers. Odessa Permian ranked second in the state of Texas. Lee unranked, but I think they'll get some consideration after this big win over San Angelo Central. 6 seconds to play. This could be the last one as Puckett brings the Bobcats to the line of scrimmage as It's been a disappointing night for Dan Gandy. High hopes coming into this game, but Ferris Scrambler and a great Lee offense spoil the party. Tungus goes long, alley-oop. It's going to be intercepted by Lee. Intercepted by Lee, the man still on his feet. And he is knocked down, and that is going to be the final play of the game. That interception by Scott Lucky on the last play of the game. As Lee wins it 61-0, as Ferris Scrambler, Earl Miller, and the rest of his coaching staff and players come to meet Dan Gandy and the Bobcats after this District 4 5A game. Midland Lee now 5-1 on the year. The lone loss to Killeen, and there they meet at the center of the field. Dan Gandy, the San Angelo Central Bobcats, go 2-1-5 on the year. Disappointing loss for the Bobcats, but they are young, and they'll be back in another big win for Midland Lee High School. With the final score, Midland Lee 61, San Angelo nothing. We'll be back for our post-game interviews right after this message.
Pitching strategies and tactics, preparing yourself to pitch a baseball competitively. Have you ever asked yourself, can I make my fastball better? Have you ever asked yourself, how much weight training is too much weight training? How much weight training is not enough? Have you ever wondered if there are new skill drills to help you as an instructor or help you as an athlete get better at throwing a baseball? All those things are on this tape. Tape number 3 in a series of 3. I'm excited about it. I think you'll enjoy it. Jamie Moyer, Reed Ryan, Tim Greaves, and Tom House have put together sequencing a day in the life of a major league pitcher that you can use on university, high school, or amateur level.
Both of my sons utilize Tom's program, and I've seen dramatic results. I wholeheartedly recommend Tom's video, and I know you're going to enjoy it.
Call now, 1-800-777-2465. 1-800-777-2465.
If somebody is having an off night, take charge. We lose too many lives when fans drink and drive. So have your friend pass the keys. It's the biggest assist he can make.
We're looking for a few good men with a medal to be Marines.
Let's go down to the playing field where Ed Biles is with the victorious head football coach of the Lee Rebels, Earl Miller, and his outstanding running back, Ferris Scrambler.
We see you on about 3 weeks. Well, I don't think there's any question that Ferris Scrambler was the outstanding running back and the outstanding player of this game. But, Coach Miller, did you ever dream that the score would be this high?
Really, we didn't, because we thought San Angelo had everything going, and they had a good running attack, and they could throw the ball well. And I can't imagine that we could be able to score that many points against San Angelo.
I don't know that you're aware of this, but you scored every time you had your hands on the football this evening.
That's something, ain't it? That never happened at Lee High School, but our kids came down to play. We knew it was an important ball game, like all district ball games, and we've been getting some negative press from the San Angelo paper, and I think it, they made the comment we've been playing junior high teams like in El Paso, so our kids came up fired up, and they did a good job tonight.
Well, you had an outstanding performance by your running back here, Scrambler. He carried the ball 30 times, 234 yards, 7.8. Now, I understand this is not your career one game. You've gone 270 at one time. Scrambler, you just did a great job using your blockers this evening.
Yes, so the linemen did a great job of blocking. I had backs back there blocking, and we put our heads together and just figured that we're going to come out and do the best we can, and that's what we came up with.
One of the things that I observed about you that you find in outstanding running backs is when you got into trouble, you had that ability to lower your shoulder and go forward and get extra yardage, and you always reaching that ball out to pick up extra yardage, a la Walter Payton. Where'd you learn that at?
Yeah, I watch a lot of football, and I have a cousin that's, pretty good in football, and I figure, if I can go out and try to accomplish what he's accomplished, I think I can be a great back if I have a line that can block for me.
How about that offensive line this evening?
Our offensive line has picked up a lot this year. We didn't do too well against Killeen, but they put their heads together and we came up with, we're going to decide that we're going to come out and block and put 4 quarters together, and that's what we did.
Well, it was certainly a great, outstanding performance by your football team here to win this one 61-0. We're looking forward to seeing you in a few weeks for that Odessa Permian game, Coach.
That's going to be some kind of game. I tell you, anytime that Lee and Permian get together, it's an outstanding game, and kids play the best, and it's enjoyable, and everybody has a good time.
Well, thank you for visiting with us, and we'll be right back after this short break.
Is that it? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
20 years ago, leukemia and related diseases took enough lives to wipe out a city the size of Burlington, Vermont. Since then, the Leukemia Society of America has funded $50 million in research.
Choose any one of these syrups for your cough, and you might as well choose them all, because they all use the same cough suppressant, all except Benylin. Only Benylin gives you the choice of diphenhydramine, the choice to help stop your cough.
Next time you get heartburn, consider yourself lucky, because now Rolaids comes in assorted fruit flavors, still calcium-rich, sodium-free, and as effective as ever. Assorted flavored Rolaids. Relief never tasted so good.
Heck of a hot tub. Huh? Heather?
You need
How's it looking there? Like the Dead Sea. You're in hot water, pal.
You should have used Listerman.
Listerman? That's right, Piranha Breath. Listerman has long-lasting breath protection, plus fluoride to strengthen teeth. Thanks, guys. Do I have time for a dip?
Listerman, making your mouth a cleaner place.
Despite being wonderful companions, my subject group scored low in all coordination skills, showed poor organization, and no decision-making abilities. Unless I can bridge the gap between us, this project will be canceled. Thank you. You're welcome.
I spend more money raising my Purdue chickens than other people spend raising theirs. My chickens eat a more expensive diet than other chickens and grow up in roomy houses that cost more than the houses most people live in. Some of my competitors think I'm crazy to go to this much trouble, but I don't want to put my name and my money-back guarantee on a chicken unless it's the best chicken you can eat. What other people put their name on is up to them.
I was trying to escape the feeling of being alone. I was trying to escape, like, the feeling of being rejected. Trying to get away from the pressures of school, the pressures of what people thought I should be, and drinking helped me do that.
Studies show a correlation between drug and alcohol abuse and low literacy skills.
I don't think I had the responsibility to go to school at that point. I couldn't be there. I didn't do my homework if I was there. I was failing, so why'd be there? If I wouldn't have finished high school, I wouldn't feel very good about myself right now. If I couldn't go through 3 or 4 more years of high school, then how am I going to go through, however many years more of life?
Literacy. Our future begins with basic skills. For literacy information, call this number.
Bert is back with a bang.
They like the movies, kid.
And he hasn't lost his charm.
Are we going to bed or what?
Reynolds is sharp and funny.
Where is our killer? And where the hell is our pizza?
Private Eye with a wink.
I hope you know what you're doing. If I knew what I was doing, it wouldn't be half the fun.
It's classic Bert as the lovable...
I'll take him. You take the other old guy.
Unstoppable.
It was just a tiny little explosion.
B.L. Stryker on next week's Monday Mystery Movie.
Phew. The foot odor in this family. It knocks me out from across the room.
Get Odor Eaters. Odor Eaters are cushiony insoles, blended with the world's most powerful odor destroyer, microscopic activated charcoal. Only Odor Eaters has it to eat up and destroy the worst foot odor.
Foot odor's gone.
Nothing destroys foot odor like Odor Eaters. And there's an Odor Eaters for every shoe. Odor Eaters for women cushion feet without crowding toes.
Everyone's getting ready for Easter, including J.C. Penney.
I just saw the Easter bunny. Sure. I just saw a giant pterodactyl in the bathtub.
Save 25% on boys' suits and all Stafford and Gentry suits for men.
I just saw the Easter bunny.
Save 25% on women's suits and girls' dresses. It's the Easter sale going on now through March 25th at J.C. Penney.
Why do we make Future shine with tough acrylic? Because we know what your floor goes through in a day. Future stands up to any kind of traffic, even messy spills. Future with clear acrylic, the tough shine for your high traffic floor. From the frigid Great Lakes
Alka-Seltzer Plus, that's all I ever needed.
to the icy mountains of Oregon,
It's been excellent for me.
more and more Americans are taking Alka-Seltzer Plus cold medicine. Fast, effective relief for tough winter colds.
In a word, it works.
You say your eyes are red, irritated, dry? Don't hide them. Help them with Clear Eyes. It gets rid of the redness and, unlike the leading brand, has an extra moisturizing ingredient. Remember, Clear Eyes moisturizes too. Wednesday.
Hi, Daddy.
We would have given anything for a boy.
All I've ever wanted was your attention
Well, now you've got it.
and your approval.
China Beach, Wednesday.
Okay, that's it. That's the final stroke. Excuse me. Why aren't you flirting with me?
Kimberly! Mother.
Steven.
Saturday. Men find out what they're really like.
Tomorrow, think crack is just a big city problem? Guess again. It's destroying Mansfield, Louisiana. Later in the week, two Eastern pilots, two old friends on two sides of a picket line. And Trappist monks, 40 years of solitude could be shattered by development of a country club. Watch Peter Jennings on ABC's World News Tonight, tomorrow.
Here's to you, America. We share your sense of pride. Here's to you, America. Here's to the red, white, and blue. You were there for Chrysler Plymouth. Now Chrysler Plymouth here for you.
See Elmore Chrysler Plymouth, Big Spring.
A lot of people want the streets to be safer, but does it really make it safer to ban rifles? A lot of Permian Basin people have a strong opinion on that one. We'll tell you tonight at 10.
Tonight on the Big 2 News Update, the news leader.
When you take the time to care, the whole community looks better. Big 2 wants to see you at the 1989 Bagathon to clean up Midland. Saturday, April 8th. A little work and a lot of fun for the participants and a cleaner city for all of us. Call 68-CLEAN for details. Hoover versus the Kennedys, an exclusive Theater 2 presentation. Thursday night at 8 on Big 2.
In a recent test, Aquacare beats Kerry lotion hands down. So don't be surprised to find Kerry elbow-to-side, given the cold shoulder. Because when it comes to smoother skin, Aquacare has a leg up on Kerry.
If you've been wondering how Washington is going to cut the budget deficit, may we suggest the Hyundai Excel, America's lowest-priced four-door sedan. Despite its conservative price, it has liberal features like front-wheel drive and room for five. So buy a Hyundai Excel and help balance your budget.
Sir, next time you really should let me drive.
Hyundai. Cars that make sense. Now get $1,000 cash back on a new Excel. Hurry, time is limited.
My mother gave me this table when I got married, and every week I dusted it with Pledge. Then I gave it to my daughter.
When I got married, and every week I dust it with Pledge.
For 30 years, it's had a beautiful shine, week after week.
Year after year, with no buildup. And dust just evaporates, leaving wood looking as dry and unprotected as before. But a Pledge shine protects beautifully. And when my daughter gets married... Yeah, never!
With Pledge, dusting can be beautiful.
Studio line from L'Oreal. Ever need the heavy artillery? Mega Sprint. Aim higher, freeze it higher. Don't stop like that. Studio line from L'Oreal.
Listen, just taste this chicken cacciatore, and you'll know why they named these new microwave ad meat dinners Hunt's Minute Gourmet. Not Hunt's Minute Edible, or Hunt's Minute Acceptable, or Hunt's Minute Pretty Good. Hunt's Minute Gourmet. That's how good they are. Just add your fresh meat to Hunt's rich gourmet sauce, then simmer in their microwave cooking bag. And there's Oriental beef, Cajun pork, new Hunt's Minute Gourmet. Not just okay, gourmet.
Peace Corps volunteer Virginia White is in Latin America, bringing new life to a community through her lifetime of experience. She's helping people to help themselves and others. You don't know how much you have to offer until you offer it. Peace Corps, the toughest job you'll ever love.
Tuesday.
This is Charles. He'll be your waiter. Hi, Charles. I'm Roseanne, and this is Dan, and we'll be your customers.
She won the People's Choice Award. Everybody loves Roseanne. Dan.
Do you think people change, Marty?
Sure. Look at Renee Richards. On the other hand, some people never change. Look at Dick Clark.
Anything but love.
Don't you ever change, Kimberly?
Camping might really be good for you.
Dan.
This is the part where we tell ghost stories. Do you hear something? Ellen! Hello?
30-something.
I was going to throw out that old yellow half slip, but I got it looking white again. But so white, it was...
Which statement's true? 1, this woman gets caught up in her underwear. 2, this woman is too excited for words. 3, this woman tried new Tide with bleach. The answer is 3. Introducing Tide with bleach. It'll knock your socks off, and it'll get them whiter. New Tide with bleach will get them whiter than any other detergent. That means a sock this dirty gets only this white with other detergents, but gets gleaming white with Tide with bleach.
When I put the socks away, they look so much whiter next to the others, I flipped. I really flipped.
1, this woman was a high school cheerleader and never got over it. 2, this woman sees what she wants to see. 3, this woman tried new Tide with bleach. You know the answer. It's the cleaning power of the best Tide ever and the whitening power of the best liquid bleach. New Tide with bleach. It'll knock your socks off, and it'll get them whiter.
Something magical is coming into your baby's life. Presenting the Disney Babies, now on the waist shield of Ultra Pampers Plus.
Excuse me.
Start sharing the magic, only with Ultra Pampers Plus.
What's going on?
In addition to cold, hard cash, sizzling fantasy vacations, and shopping free-for-alls, you can also win some very tasty prizes in the game of Scrabble at McDonald's.
March 29th, the 61st Annual Academy Awards live.
I'm Ted Koppel. Later on Nightline, the new president-elect of El Salvador faces his critics on the left. Was his election democracy in action, or is he a puppet for the death squad?
This is Charles Gibson. It's a comeback.